Guerilla cricket. Whoa. Guerilla cricket. Whoa. Guerilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerilla cricket.
Bannockburn, Wembley, Hampden Park, Murrayfield, Twickenham, Grange Cricket Club, the Kensington Oval, all have witnessed mighty battles between England and Scotland, but never one at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. Until today, Scotland have never played here, England have won a World T20 here. Welcome to Guerilla Cricket and to England versus Scotland in the Cricket World T20. Yes, it's up and running. We've already had a super over. Moggs Namibia won that. But today is all about one of sport's oldest rivalries, and it's the second match in Group B. Scotland have surprised England before in 2018, of course. Barbados is the home to Mount Gay Rum, so who will be getting a rum do and who will be dancing the Gay Gordons after today's match? I'm Tony Bishop, and with me are one of the finest craftsmen in the noble art of jingle composition, Mog. Hello, Mog.
Oh, hello.
Such enthusiasm.
And of course, proudly sporting his Tam O'Shanter and Sporran, it's the Bear.
Good afternoon all. We've already had a super chat though. From Saga has sent us $5 US. He says to keep the rain gods at bay. Well, hopefully.
It's a bit late. Although,
well,
thank you
from
anyway.
here on in, I guess that is.
Well, that is first news. We'll give you toss and team news. They'd had the toss. Scotland's Richie Berrington, captain, had said he chose to bat, and there's a good reason for that we'll come on to. But it has subsequently showered, bit of liquid sunshine, and there was a rather embarrassing damp patch, sort of about
On a length.
about a length and a half. No, slightly short of a length, but enough certainly to have Joss Butler out there with the umpires looking considerably concerned. So we may not be starting on time, but we'll give you the teams anyway. England, Joss Butler, of course, basically the team against that beat Pakistan at the other oval, the Kennington Oval, not the Kensington Oval. Butler, Phil Salt, Will Jacks, Johnny B, Harry Brook, Moeen Ali, Liam Livingston, Chris Jordan, Jofra Archer, Mark Wood and Adil Rashid. So you got 3 players there with Barbados associations in Salt, Jofra and of course Chris Jordan. Scotland, pretty much as expected, I think. George Munsey, Michael Jones, Brandon McMullen, Richie Barrington, Matt Cross, Michael Leask, Chris Greaves, Mark Watt, Brad Wheel, Chris Soule and Brad Curry. Well, we might as well start with that toss decision. What's your thinking on that, Mog?
Scotland probably looked at the stats and decided that 60% of those who bat first win, as a wise man told me only moments ago.
Well, as a wise man had written and I just read, yes.
Yes.
Basically.
Yeah. So they'll trick along to about 127, and England will get with about 5 wickets to spare.
Well, you say that. I mean, one thing's for sure, Bear. Only 5 teams in each group. There's not a lot of slack for a team that loses.
No.
They're well and truly playing catch up from there, aren't they?
Yeah, it's very right. It's like World Cup football in that sense, and it's good. It makes everything game mean something. Look, you know, the West Indies in the first game we covered for a while there looked like they got themselves in trouble against PNG. Yesterday, not so much the South Africans, but it took them a tawdry amount of time to chase down 77. You might well make sure you win your first game, no matter what. They might, I don't know. Whilst the wicket might, and obviously the stats play a part in that for Scotland, they might think there's less pressure on them trying to put a score on and chase what might be a big score. I don't know.
It is a used wicket.
Yeah, it is a used wicket as well.
Namibia 109 was it that they against Oman?
That's right. 109 each before the super over.
Yeah, and it having set, was it Oman set 109? Namibia made extremely hard work of chasing it and just limped to 109, hence the super over. And then David Weiser batted and bowled and went absolutely crazy, didn't he? But you'd think, Mog, that that might be a bit of a lever, wouldn't it? A potentially slightly sticky, slower wicket.
Scotland's a little bit more experienced than your average Ugandan, I guess, so you'd like to think that they might be able to deal with it.
Well, they are. You're dead right about experience. Most of this team, I think 10 out of 11 of them, played in the last World Cup, and the majority of them played in the World T20 before that. I mean, I know they were sort of, one after each other, but they're not short of players who have been around the block a few times. Scotland. No Callum McLeod though, Bear.
No, and we had a jingle for him, but it was no longer required.
Well, he got 140 off 94 balls, I think, in that ODI at the Grange when Scotland did.
That's right, when they beat England. Beat us off the last ball, didn't they, or something stupid like that?
I thought they did it before that, but you might be right. You might be right. Any surprises in the lineups, do we think? What's England's strategy?
Bowl fast up top would be my bet. Well, they've picked Woody and they've picked Jofra. Who's the third seamer?
Chris Jordan.
Chris Jordan. He's not slow.
Noted finisher.
Yeah, and noted finisher, but he can bowl out in the high 80s as well. So I'd imagine they're going to go up top with pace for the first 3 or 4 overs, and then they might give Adil Rashid, or sometimes they bowl Moeen in the power play recently, haven't they? See how they go against that.
Yeah.
And then the batting lineup is powerful. I mean, obviously it's not always going to come off because England are great at fucking things up, but on paper, I put a bet on England at 9-2. I thought that was pretty good odds for England. Australia were ahead of us. I thought that's probably not right. and India are obviously favourites because of the IPL. But I think India are going to find this a little bit tricky after playing the IPL. They're going to have too many easy expectations of what they're going to score, etc., etc., and they might find themselves on a bit of a banana skin somewhere. They're capable of pulling it back and changing their game to fill the requirements, but there's a potential there for India to get a bit above their station, I think, and fuck one up somewhere.
Did you know England have never beaten a European nation at a T20 World Cup? Actually, that sounds really, and then you go, well, actually, how many times do they actually play one? It isn't that often. They lost to the Netherlands in 2009 and in 2014, and then lost once to Ireland, and then it had a no result against Ireland because of weather. So effectively, they've lost 3 and had 1 rained off, but they've never beaten anyone.
That doesn't bode very well, does it?
Sorry, Mark?
European minnows. They probably should have had to go through qualifying with the kind of result.
European minnow. What's Josh Butler? He's been saying. He says it feels like a real World Cup with lots of teams involved.
Oh, for fuck's sake! There's going to be another inspection at 11:15.
Is that it? Yeah. Well, it did. I think it had stopped raining, and everyone thought it's now beautifully sunny. The Super Sopper rollers were out, and all looked fantastic. And it can't be wrong, and it can't be long, and can't.
They've both got to say that, for the love of God, we can't stop the fucking game for a little wet patch in the middle of a pitch.
Well, unless you happen to be batting and. What happens when the ball hits that wet patch? Because it was quite pronounced, and as you said, I think it was just short of a length, but nonetheless, when you've got Wood and Archer there, I wouldn't want to be facing. Well, I wouldn't want to be facing them anyway.
I'm sorry. This is the world. You cannot stop a game of cricket for a tiny wet patch on a wicket. Not in the modern era, with everyone expectation. You're a professional cricketer, yeah. You might have to wear one, but fuck it. For the love of God, do not fucking. Slow a game down and call it off, because don't you remember this happened in the Test match in Sydney 4 years ago? England got rolled because Australia were desperate to get out there. But you know, at the end of the day, you do have to play. You can't just. I mean, we were all squealing, going, "Well, they shouldn't have gone out there. We wanted a draw because we were getting hammered 4-0." But you know, as per normal. But you really shouldn't, to be honest.
No, you should not. You shouldn't. Well. So what do we think our plan should be from here? First of all, we should see if anyone else has joined us apart from the super chat, which was from Sagir, which was fabulous. Mog, is anyone else?
There's a veritable rogues gallery of people here with us.
Oh, that's good to know.
Scrolls back up to find all their names. Leah has joined us. Kieran Roseblade.
Fantastic.
Chris the Quiet. Jeremy Henderson, who sounds like a real tool bag. Exactly. Who? Did I say Stephen Kelk? He's here as well.
You did.
Pirate Badshah, Dara Azizi, Azim Siddiqui, and Rough Turf 49, who says, "Come on, England, please, can we just have a good tournament?"
Well, I think we'd all agree with that after the absolute debacle of the ODI World Cup last year. What a nightmare. I was writing reports for that, and by this 7th game or so, I literally was running out of things to say about just how disappointing and appalling England were.
Messi's not happy with me. He says that's rubbish, Bear. So Scotland should face up to Jofra with a deadly soft patch on a length, which won't be there when England bat. It might well still be there when England bat. And yes, fucking get on with the game, man.
Yeah, well, there's an interesting cultural difference.
For all you people watching on YouTube.
You're going to tell us about the bingo?
I am going to tell you about the bingo.
Oh, joy.
So exciting.
Well, go on then.
Well, actually, what the fuck's going on here, man? There it is. Sorry. I'm trying to find there we go.
If you're not in the UK and you're not on YouTube, this must be absolutely riveting listening.
Right, so through the IPL we were doing cricket bingo. And we're carrying on doing cricket bingo, but now you can see what's going on. So if you want to do match bingo, cricket bingo, it's quite fun. It's pretty easy to do. You just go to match bingo and get yourself a card and sign on. And this is my card, which you can see, and I will flash up occasionally between overs. It tells you where we're at in the game. You have to get things like batsman out between 35 and 39, batsman scores a single off the last ball of the over. You get it. It's pretty simple. It's like any other bingo. But if I flash that up through the thing, you'll know what's going on in our bingo game, which is quite cool.
And is match rained off one of the things that
then you get your money back.
Oh, yes. What is the news? Let's have a look. When's the next inspection? There's going to be another inspection which is 11:15 local time, so that would be in about
11:25 start.
8 minutes from now, isn't it?
What they said. Right, let's do this again. We're set for an 11:25 start. It says now.
Well, at what time start?
11:25. So
11:20. So they want it. So they're expecting to start 10 minutes after the inspection.
No, they're not. Clearly, they've already done an inspection. They're just going to go straight for it. They say hairdryer must have done the trick.
Oh, well, that's exciting.
Oh, good to see some optimism.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there we go. 11:25 start. No overs lost. That's the important thing. Might screw my rotors up a bit though.
God damn, that means I'm going to finally find out what the KLF was talking about. If 3 a.m. is a term.
Well, is it? We shall find out.
We'll soon see.
Because I know we have St Annie joining us today, but she had to time when she had to finish by, which might immediately put a dent in my carefully constructed rotor.
They're always
plans.
carefully constructed.
Well, not always. Sometimes it's just the materials you've got at your disposal are so limited that you just chuck them together as best you can. But yes,
I tend to find you're very much like the sort of artisan who would help craft the tomb of an Egyptian pharaoh. Delicately filigree inscriptions on the walls. And then someone just comes in with a hammer and smashes them.
So that is exactly. It's not quite how I might have expressed it, but yes, that is very much how it can feel from time to time. I have to tell you. Now, one thing we did on our most recent podcast when we were chatting to the charming Gargi route. We looked at all the different odds pair, didn't we? Can you drag some up? Let's have a look at where they are now. I think India were about 11-4.
Well, yeah.
And then our friends Uganda were 1,500 to 1 to win. Has there been any movement of note since we've had a few games now?
Surely Namibia must be tens of better.
Well, they're once
you
you've
are
got a win,
joking.
they're top of the table of Group B.
Yeah, after one game. Are you fucking mad?
Blow the siren.
Cricket. Right. T20 World Cup.
And who have we got?
T20 World Cup 2024. To win outright. India 5-2, Australia 7-2, England are 5-1. Windies are 6-1, South Africa 7-1, the Kiwis are 12-1, Pakistan are 14-1, Afghanistan are 40-1, Sri Lanka are 66-1, Bangladesh 150-1, Ireland 200-1, Netherlands 250-1, Namibia 350-1
Get your money on, Mog.
Scotland 500-1, the USA are 700-1, Nepal are 1,000-1, Oman are 1250, PNG 1500, Canada 1500, Uganda, they're the best odds, 3,000-1.
Well, that's been adjusted on their results then, isn't it?
They've gone further out. They've gone out from their 1,000.
Did Uganda play? Has there been a game today? I haven't seen actually.
They got a little bit touched up by Afghanistan.
Okay. Oh, I can probably see the scorecard.
It's only like 125 runs or something.
I can tell you the games so far. Well, the USA beat Canada. West Indies thumped Papua New Guinea. At Bridgetown was the game, the tied game, won ultimately by Namibia. And then one of the ones that really struck me, and it's hard to see what to read from it, is the famous drop-in pitch in New York. flown over from Adelaide, lovingly prepared to ensure that the top teams would not be inconvenienced by a dodgy wicket. Sri Lanka bundled out for 77 by South Africa, who made fairly heavy weather of chasing it. They won with 4 overs to spare, 80, but still lost 4 wickets. I mean, that doesn't sound to me like the most perfect of wickets for run scoring.
The wicket yesterday was. Oof.
Oh, because we covered it, didn't we?
Yes.
I didn't, because
you didn't.
I was
did.
engaged. But yeah, well, tell us about that.
It was a tricky wicket. It was doing all sorts for the Saffers. I mean, they were bowling at high pace and it was moving around all over the place. So they couldn't get a bat on it. And you know, South Africa didn't find it easy to chase down.
80 for 4 off 16 point something, wasn't it? Yeah.
I mean, they were swinging and missing as well. I mean, it was a tricky pitch to bat on.
And that's on Long Island, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, some of the boundaries were enormous as well. It's great fun. All these people, you clip that and you think, oh, that's 6, because you've been watching so much IPL.
They are.
And it lands 10, 15 yards inside the boundary in someone's hand. You think, that's actually quite good for the game. Some people are complaining, saying, oh, there's not enough runs. But actually, makes the games more interesting. Because if someone does come in and get hold of it when a team's in trouble, they can still chase down a reasonably low total.
But that's going to be quite interesting for India, because
that's what I mean.
They are playing there, and they're playing Ireland there, they're playing Pakistan there. I don't know if they play all their group games there, or if they then come back. I'm just trying to figure that out. Yes, they do. They then play the USA there. So
I think
there's ever a carefully constructed schedule of games designed to put India in the most interesting places against the most relevant high TV rating opposition. You've got Pakistan, the USA hosts. but great big boundaries that they haven't been used to in the IPL. Pitches that aren't roads that are going to be hard to bat on.
Exactly, it's
going to be a different sort of game for them, isn't it?
It is.
I find out what a bunch of puss-arms they are.
Well, exactly. And they don't get to play anywhere outside of India as well, because they think they're so fucking damn good. And I'm hoping they get found out as per normal, because Modi's won his fucking election again.
Win something for once in your fucking life.
Exactly.
Win something.
Perennial fucking chokers, a lot of you.
Worse than South Africa.
Well, they're taking on South Africa's mantle, it has to be said.
They do get to finals, and then they fall. It's the finals.
Well, exactly. They fall apart.
Worse.
I mean, they did get Travis headed in the last 2 big finals that they were in, to be fair.
Yeah, they did.
They should have Coley'd someone then, shouldn't they?
I mean, it isn't always, bizarrely, the best team that wins. Sometimes it's the teams that are capable of playing ugly, grappling a bit.
No, unfortunately, fucking Australians are really good at that.
They are. Well, yeah, possibly doing a slight disservice there, but it's
but they do.
That's what does it. Yes.
The Australians, fucking Australians, they always fucking win. What did you just say? What did you say, Morg? You want some? Behind the bike sheds? Come on in.
Fucking what?
Yeah, come on in. It's a long way to go. There's a long way to go to meet up in the middle of this. Oh yeah, I forgot. He's got swords and axes. I don't want that.
6,000 miles away.
Yeah, 12,000 miles away.
Like you and Kieran Pollard.
Yeah, exactly.
You could offer him out when he's nowhere nearby.
I'll send you a text when I'm in the Uber from the airport.
Okay.
Well, we are seeing, I can tell you, some beautiful scenes of the beautiful aqua blue ocean. The historic Kensington. Kensington, yes, it's Kensington. Always Kensington Oval in Barbados. 1930, it staged the first ever Test match. I can tell you that. It does, though. We're watching some palm trees, and they're blowing more than you'd ideally want them to. We are in hurricane season, so all sorts of things.
Apparently, that was one of the interesting things that Kieran Pollard told them about the Kensington Oval. He said it's windy.
No shit, Sherlock. He's on the England staff, isn't he, Kieran Pollard? What's his role then with England?
Local conditions advisor, I believe.
Local conditions. Couldn't they have got Messi in at half the price? And he could have just done it remotely. He wouldn't have charged them travel.
Exactly.
He knows everything about the weather everywhere in the world at any given moment.
I presume that's pitch conditions as well, and how stadiums play.
Yeah. Well, England had better do well on the back of that, because if he gets it right, it's a bit like being a caddy. I caddied for, where was it, the Junior British Open once, for a lad, and he did all right actually, thank God. And he turned to me and he asked me, he said, which way is the green running here? And I went, and I had no clue. I wasn't expecting. I was only about 14 at the time. But I had a look and I said, it's left to right. And just hold off a bit. Just if you just do slightly less power than you might otherwise think. And I thought, fuck, that's it, I'm done. If he misses this part, I'm done. And he, from about 20 yards away, it just gently curved left to right, slowed up, plopped in the hole.
You were a star.
This lad was absolutely convinced I was some kind of golfing guru on a pure lucky guess that I had literally no idea what I was talking about.
That was when they still used wooden golf balls, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, what we can tell you is the teams are coming out. The fireworks are fizzing. Johnny Bairstow is looking stern. Chris Jordan's looking cool. He's got some very cool shades on. And what was an absolute joy, not just to see Jofra Archer playing for England, is that I don't think every time the camera was on him, and it was on him almost as much as Virat Kohli, had he been playing, he never stopped smiling. He never seemed to not have a smile on his face, even if he got pumped a bit, which he did, I think, in his first over back, didn't he? Went for 15, wasn't it?
He did. He went.
He never, ever seemed to stop smiling. So glad was he to be back. It's going to be interesting how they manage him and don't break him. But he did say this week, if he was offered the trade of his World Cup for not having had the basically 4 years worth of injuries, he said I'd still take the World Cup.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I mean, hopefully,
providing he's okay from now on.
Exactly. I mean,
trade.
Pat Cummins is one of these players, isn't he? I mean, he burst onto the scene when he was really young, and then he was out of the game for a good 4 or 5 years, or in and out of the game with recurring back problems, and finally, kind of got over them, and he's had a good career. Hopefully, I always think of that when I have hopes for Jofra.
Maybe I saw Pat Cummins is going to go play for LA in the Major League Cricket.
Is he? How much are you paying for that? £500,000 for a couple of weeks' work?
He won't be getting IPL money, but it's probably worth.
I bet you he is in America. I bet you they're pretty. I think, wasn't it fucking? Didn't Jason Roy get $300,000 for his stint last year or something stupid?
Well,
like that?
he did. He cut short his England career, or his central contract, with a view to going and playing there. Didn't he also kind of leave Surrey a bit in the lurch?
Yeah. Well, he's out of favour now everywhere, isn't he?
As did Son
Orion. But
Son Orion tried to figure out flights and realised that it was practically impossible to fly about 4 different flights and 15,000 miles in 3 days, and still
what I don't understand
be effective and fit.
Oh, I don't understand why his American side couldn't have said you could have the first game off and blah blah blah, and just sort it out that way.
Well, yeah,
I guess if they're paying the money,
contracts say,
yeah,
isn't it?
Exactly, I suppose. Interesting to see that Kensington Oval is covered in solar panels. I like that. That's very eco-friendly. Well done. All the roof space seems to be covered in solar panels.
Very true. And it's also got the isn't it the Kensington Oval that has the sort of mini version of the Lord's Media Centre?
Exactly that.
Which is I can't remember which end it is. Two local heroes that provide the names: the Malcolm Marshall end and the Joel Garner end. And I think the Marshall end also has the Worrell Weeks and Walcott stand, which is of course the famous 3 W's, not the World Wide Web mug. And at least probably is for the rest of the world, but definitely not for West Indians. There's the flag.
I'm going to have a Waz before we start.
well, that again is fantastic piece of radio.
I'm glad I know that.
I'm almost glad I'm doing this from home today, due
Let
to
me
my
just
other
find a
half
pen.
not
I'm
being
going to
particularly
note
well.
that down. I'm going to chart these disappearances and we'll see if he's got some sort of urinary problem.
Well, I think it's just
Yeah,
an
fiction.
excuse to go and top up on something. We're in the afternoon, late afternoon in the UK now. It's must be about 25 past 11, not 22 minutes past 11 in Barbados. It's 22 minutes past 4 here, and Scotland, who of course have won the toss, and Richie Barrington said he wanted to bat. He said he wanted to bat because he looked at those CPL statistics that said 61% of teams batting first win, which is inordinately high percentage compared to almost anywhere else in any other cricket ground everywhere in the limited over format. Jeff Archer
I have
is
news that the Netherlands in the pool game has also been delayed over in Dallas because of a wet outfield.
goodness sake, they've got a wet outfield, we've got a embarrassing damp patch, which could be the reason the Bears had to leave.
I suspect that's what he's gone to clean up.
He's gone to sort that out. Yes, get the super sopper on it, or borrow a giant leaf blower. Who is going to open the bowling? Oh well, he can't. He's not here to jingle. Yes, he is. It's looking there. Now you are back in the seat of power. I think Mark Wood is going to open the bowling. If you want to get him ready.
Here we go.
Do you know Mark Wood?
Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick.
So just a normal guy.
Of course, except for just one thing.
What?
He thinks that he's a horse.
Right. What?
Is it George Munsey and Michael Jones opening up?
That's exactly who.
It's George Munsey, it's George Munsey. He's not the ruler of Holyrood, that's someone else.
So Cricinfo's already behind the eight. Oh, here we go. They're still giving us news. Not got anything up.
It doesn't.
It's a little bit slow to get going.
Their
George Munsey.
their
Yeah, it is gonna be
scorecard,
George Munsey.
Tone, their scorecard works much the same as us. It comes off a server, so until something actually happens, it won't register anything.
There is nothing to report, right?
Exactly, because we're scraping it off them, and nothing's on ours.
Well, it is 31-year-old George Munsey. He's played for Northants, Leicestershire, Hampshire, and Kent. He made 72 against the Netherlands recently as well in The Hague. And the other opener, Michael Jones. Have you jingled them both, or just
I
one
have
so
indeed.
far?
I've jingled them all.
Oh well. And it is going to be Mark Wood, who can go two ways, I think, sometimes in T20 cricket. Clearly, he bowled a couple of balls. Was it against Sarfraz, the Pakistan wicketkeeper? He bowled one ball that was just ferocious. But he also was a little bit expensive before he kind of dragged it back a bit, and he can be. The countdown is happening, 6, 5, 4. The enthusiasm is ramping up. And one of the world's oldest country rivalries, really, sporting rivalries certainly, is about to resume in cricket format as Wood is over the wicket. It's quick, goodness me, it's quick, and it kept as low as anything, and it didn't bounce up as much as George Munsey expected. I almost thought there might have been an appeal there, but
No, it's going way too far.
it.
It's going down leg.
Have a look at how much this doesn't bounce. It's very full, mind you. Actually, it's almost a
hitting-
Yorker. Isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a Yorker, I'll tell you that. And it did swing.
And it swung quite a lot. And you're well behind in your house.
I am actually. Yeah, you're right. Well, because he's in again. Well, actually, I'm going to go with what I can see in front of me, if that's all right. It's a better screen, so you'll just have to hope not too much happens. Full flicked away around the corner, possibly leg buys, goes to Adil Rashid, who, guess where he is? On the 45. And it will be the first runs for Scotland, but did they come off the bat?
No.
Umpire Yakub. Has he signalled a leg bye yet?
It looks like they didn't run to him. Either that
Oh,
or
did they not run?
I don't know.
Oh.
They're really slow on the telly.
Following us round as if to rub in the fact that we've just staggered through the IPL is going to be Nitin Menon. It's our other umpire alongside Asif Yakub.
No, they did go through for a single, but it wasn't a single. It was a leg bye.
A leg bye, yes.
And they're already behind on the scorecard on the TV as well. Rubbish.
Hopeless.
Professional World Cup.
Yeah, isn't it?
Well, so far, England interestingly have 2 slips from Mark Wood. They also have either a very short fine leg or longish leg slip. In comes Mark Wood. That's full. That gets some bat on it straight towards the shortish mid on though, and those are the first runs off the bat. So Scotland will move on to 2. 1 leg by, 1 legitimate stroke. Mark Wood bowling very full and looking to get swing rather than movement off the pitch thus far.
Well, yeah, if it's going to swing in the air, you might as well. And at that pace, it's not easy.
He comes barreling in. As ever, he follows through and nearly falls over, but it's coming in again over the wicket. That's launched high and almost within reach of mid-on. In fact, it cleared mid-on. Umpire Yakub signals 4, and Scotland will move quite stylishly on to 6.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Now, Michael Jones, he's played in the Blast this year. It's George Munsey facing at the moment. So we'll let him carry on, and then we'll tell you a bit about arguably the less than glorious start to this year's Blast for Michael Jones. Mark Wood is bowling towards that big media centre. That short is pulled, it doesn't get hold of it. It's a bit bottom edgy by Munsey. Goes straight to the well, I was going to say stout, that would be unkind. The well-muscled figure of Johnny Bairstow, who's at short mid-wicket. There
Stout,
is
so
no
it's
run.
better. Munsey's a big unit as well, isn't he?
Well, yeah, he is. He is. He can give it a fair bit of umpty if he needs to. Made 39, as I said, against the Netherlands in The Hague. That was a sort of a tri-series, wasn't it, with Ireland, I think?
Yeah.
That one, again, swings in. It's edged, but it's edged gently along the ground to short third. And there is no run. It means at the end of that first Mark Wood over, Scotland have moved to 6 without loss. Maybe a slightly chancy 4, but 4 it was nonetheless. And we can get some messages from Mog.
The JC Radio Naked Fun porn bot, going back a few minutes, would just like to know if the Hoff Bear offered me a quickie behind the bike sheds.
Well, he was offering you something,
It wasn't a quickie.
but we don't quite know what it was. Either offering
Any
you a
hole-
bite or well, I
Any
don't
hole
think.
is the goal, as they say. And Furlong says, greeting all, hope everyone's well. Wouldn't be a proper England-Scotland game without some rain. And he hopes that the Bish Bash 65 was a hoot.
Well, it is going to be. We are going to see, inevitably and excitingly, as every England fan holds their breath, hoping that something doesn't go horribly wrong. It is this
Joffre.
man.
He will break your helmet, break your heart, hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart, in your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
Here comes Archer, and that's driven. Oh, and it beats the dive of cover. They will only take 2 though. He didn't really get everything he wanted to on it, did Michael Jones. And it's 2 off Archer's first ball. It was a bit of a nothing ball really. There it was sort of
Length outside
slightly
off
short of a
stump.
length. Yeah.
Too wide.
What it wasn't was a great piece of fielding. I need to hesitate to call it Scottish goalkeeping when we're actually playing Scotland, but it kind of was, and I think it was Liam Livingston who was guilty of it. Archer in, that's similar spot. Niggling and away outside of off stump. It's not going to go all the way. His fellow Bayesian, of origin at least, Chris Jordan, goes flying after it. So 4 off Archer's first 2. Actually, he played that very tidily. It's a very elegant shot. Stood up on his toes, angled the bat, steered it out just wide of mid-off, and takes Scotland into double figures in the second over. Archer in, same spot. This one is going to get 4. Stood up, away it went.
Poor start from Jofra here. 3 balls, all offered length outside off.
Exactly, not what I think England will have been hoping for. I mean, quickish, lively without being scary. All pretty much in the same spot, and he's looking to nag away outside of off stump, which is
Well, he's not close enough to off stump.
easy enough to hit away.
Well, it's too far the off stump, isn't it? It's not close enough in to trouble the batsman.
But this is how he started against Pakistan, remember? I mean, he had a shocker of a first over in his first over back, and then dragged it back quite dramatically. In he comes. Similar, but noticeably tighter into the stumps this time, which meant that Michael Jones, who got a first baller in the blast, his only blast game this year, so of course it's only just started, he must have pretty much hot-footed it straight from Old Trafford. Oh no, actually he must have hot-footed it from Chesterler Street after Durham had played the Birmingham Bears. But he got naught off a first baller against Lancashire. That's wide of off stump, quicker and swung at and missed by the same Michael Jones. Tom Aspinwall was the bowler on that occasion. Got him first ball. Is that the ground staff wandering around looking worried? Everyone have got putting their big coats on so they can feel the benefit. The clouds are looking pretty low and menacing. And Michael Atherton needs meteor. Oh, hello. That was an attempted pull. It was too quick. It's gone straight up in the air. It's going to get him runs. It has dropped too far behind Joss Butler and too far in front of Mark Wood, who's down there at long leg. And the net result is the best ball that Archer has bowled that could so easily have got him a wicket has actually cost him a couple of runs. I'm not sure he will mind that, because it put Michael Jones in no small amount of trouble and could easily have got his wickets. Hands on heads. At least for all those of an English persuasion around the Kensington Oval. Mog.
No Nutsack says, let's hope England can beat Scotland at least. LOL. Farong says, excellent Scottish goalkeeping reference inside 8 balls. Well done, Tony.
Who was that? Sorry.
That was Farong. And Old Fart at Play sends a bunch of pictures of dogs in hats.
Oh, dogs in hats. Lovely.
Have a new bowler. It's this man.
Is there a reason for that? Well, it is. It's going to be this fella.
Move over, Amlo. I like it too much. Move over, Amlo. You're one hairy dish. I love unconditionally.
It's Moeen Ali. And his first ball is defended into the offside by George Munsey. And there's no run. It's a good tidy start from Mo. Round the wicket he comes to the left-hander, who sweeps him, and he sweeps him past square all the way for 4 runs.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Yeah, that was very beautiful, very well played actually. In control of that all the way. They're going well, Scotland. We're only 3 balls now into that second. Oh, that's leapt and turned and outside edge. Shot for Archer it is, but he's set too deep down there at short third. It will get a single.
Oh, that did come.
For Munsey, but let's have another look at that. It seemed to jump and turn. Well, no, it didn't turn that much, but it
caught
jumped,
the glove.
and it caught the glove.
Through where slip would have been.
So we've had two balls that could easily have been wicket-taking balls. However, Scotland, not having lost a wicket and only being halfway through the third over, with 21 on the board, I think we'll be feeling in pretty tidy order. There's a real well set ring on that offside, as that one's nudged therefore into the onside. Just for a single though. Good start for Moeen Ali. It was a good start for Mark Wood. Fairly loose start, I think, from Jofra Archer, but we'll reserve judgment because that's exactly how he started against Pakistan and then found an extra gear. It'd be interesting to see if he does that here. Obviously a match that would mean an awful lot to him on what would once have been his home ground in his home country. 22 without loss. We have an extra man moved in on the leg side. There is a slip now. Might be a spot of ball chasing. Swept backward of square. 2 bounces over the rope. Stroke sponge. 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's a good shot. Stretch down the wicket. Vacant out there.
I'm still fascinated by that ball that just leapt from Moeen Ali because it seemed to come out of nowhere.
Right.
What I do like is Chris Jordan's sort of, how would you describe those? Is there a name for that style of sunglasses?
John Lennon's sunglasses.
No, well, I don't know, not really. As that one is an attempted sweep again. Good ball from Mo though, it only trickles down towards where a third slip would have been. Josh Butler can field, and it means at the end of the over it's 26 without loss. Decent start for Scotland, Mog.
I'm hoping it lasts, but I'm a cynic and I'm pretty sure they'll collapse any second. We also have a super chat from Hattie, the Mad Old Batty.
Hattie, thank you.
2 of your English pounds.
Thank you very much, Hattie.
That is very kind of you. We are, as ever, incredibly grateful. Yes, those sunglasses of Chris Jordan's, they are like mountaineers' sunglasses, where they sort of like they have the blinkers on the side and they're sort of completely round and mirror-like. He does look like he's about to scale Everest. Archer in again. He's working that off-stump line. It's easy enough for Michael Jones just to steer down to third and jog an easy single. Jofra not looking quite so smiley as he was against Pakistan. I mean, there could be a point at which, if England don't take early wickets, they just the niggling gremlin of fear of an upset just enters the mind at some point, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, that'll happen when they're chasing, I thought.
Well, it depends. It probably would depend what they're chasing.
Well, true.
Scotland would love to put anything over, I would say, 170 on the board, and they're well on the way to that. Obviously, this is the power play. There are the fielding restrictions. Both openers, Munsey and Jones, on 13. It's Munsey who's facing, and that's a good ball from Jofra Archer. It's full, and Munsey has to go up onto his toes and defend it straight back to Jofra. 146.4 kilometres an hour. What's that in proper miles an hour? Is that in the 90s? I think it is, isn't it?
146 is 90 miles an hour.
Okay, so yeah, so just over 90.
Join the rest of the world.
I thought you have miles an hour in Australia, though.
Yeah, in 1964 maybe.
Oh, well, no, okay, I might have got that wrong. Well, a mid-on, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-wicket, backward point and a point as Archer's in. That's flicked wristily. England now protecting via Liam Livingstone that backward square region, which has been a profitable one for Munsey, and he just is able to get himself a single. I think it was Michael Jones, actually.
Yeah, but the bloody speed limit in Australia is like 55 kilometres an hour. It's fucking insane. It's like snail's pace, man. On roads that have...
Depends where you're driving.
Well, it was in the outback and there was nothing on the roads. It was insane.
So I believe the Northern Territory doesn't even have limits.
See, that's good.
Archer in, that beats the inside edge of Michael Jones. I'd like to see that again. He didn't seem to move his feet at all. It was wide of his off stump. He swung the bat and it went through. Does it beat the inside edge or the outside edge? I will now be able to. Inside edge. Beats the inside edge. Yeah. Again, 145, so near enough 90 based on Mog's instant. What did you say? 146 is 90.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good yard stick. So he's hit that twice this over and nearly hit it off the third, and the first ball was noticeably a slower ball. So again, it's been a much better second over than first for Jofra. That one is slapped, half fielded. They won't run. So half fielded at backward point. Scotland stay on 28, and we're near the end of the fourth over. As ever, the camera is following the English Barmy Army, who are happily drinking and dancing. Scotland fans less so, but they have reason to be optimistic from what they've seen so far, I think. 14 for Munsey, 13 for the man of Durham, Michael Jones. Archer, that was a good ball. Now that rose up barely short of a length, probably off a length, and it was an attempted pull, but the ball was past him before he even attempted it. So a great delivery to finish the over from Jofra. None for 12 to a much better second over, which just went for 2 runs. Bog.
Brian Barish is with us, and he says that humidity is in the upper 80 percentages in both Barbados and Dallas. Whose idea was it to play morning games in June again? That's probably the head of the BCCI.
Be very interested to know his views of the pitch on Long Island. The drop-in pitch.
Is he on today or is he on tomorrow?
Brian, do you know what? I can't remember. He might be on with. I think the way timings work out, it rather more suits him to be doing the White Line Wireless games, i.e. those which we are covering in Melbourne, which are the ones in the UK that start sort of 12:30 or 1:30 in the morning, which Bear and I had a very quick executive meeting about and said basically fuck those.
Yeah, exactly.
But the good news is White Line Wireless can step into that breach. Wood, short, bouncer over the head of Mousy, given as a wide by umpire Yakub. Possibly don't mind that too much. I thought, yeah, it was above head height, so I guess it was, but you could see the intent. England's strategy here, very much trying to use pace to unsettle Scotland early during the power play. I wouldn't say it's really worked yet. That's a big shout from Mark Wood, isn't it? It was an attempt to work it away to leg by Munsey. I don't think Joss Butler's remotely interested, no, in the manner of captains who clearly don't want to be influenced by the rest of their team. He just turns his back, walks away, completely ignores it.
Over 150 km an hour.
More importantly, for Mark Wood, it was a dot ball. And it didn't get up, did it?
It was full. Well, that's why I didn't get up, Tony.
Well, I know, but even then it didn't. It didn't.
Well, no, I mean it was very full.
He's been going at roughly slowest ball 144, so he's been 90 thereabout. He's averaged 149, so well above 90. Short of the, wide of the off stump. That's a beautiful shot by George Munsey. The one where he stands tall, angles the bat, guides it away through cover. It's not going to go all the way though, and he should, I would think, have come back for 2.
Did indeed. Poor bit of fielding by Mo and Ali.
Well, I missed that bit. Oh yeah, well again, I'm not going to use the goalkeeping analogy of the opposition to England here, but it was a bit of that from Mo. Mo and Ali, by the way, his football skills are pretty tidy. When you watch them doing pre-match warms up, it's always the Mo and Ali who's doing the keepy uppies and tricksy footwork. But maybe his goalkeeping skills aren't up to much. That's up in the air. Someone has to be under this. It's Joss Butler who's followed it with the big gloves down towards fine leg. Jofra Archer just stood and watched him. The first wicket has fallen.
Oh, no, it hasn't, because it's a no ball.
Oh, you are kidding me. No. And umpire Yakub goes, no, mate, you've overstepped, Woody.
Over the line!
Lord.
Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Well, he got it right.
Only about a foot and a half over the line.
Yeah, it was completely collapsed his leg as well. It looked ugly when you watched it from that angle. Joss Butler did really well to judge it over his shoulder. Turned around, thinking, phew, we're amongst them finally. except we're not. None for 9 for Mark Wood. Munsey continues. This is the free hit, and that's clever. Clever from Mark Wood. He comes around the wicket to the left-hander who tries to swing and misses, and at least the free hit from an England perspective has not been costly, other than losing a run, or putting a run on the Scotland score. So 32 without loss for them. I think Mark Wood took the pace off that quite dramatically, didn't he? As well as kind of pushing it wide of Munsey's off stump. He's bowling from that media centre end, is Mark Wood. That's again fast and full and nudged out towards cover and sharply run too by these two, who have had to weather a bit of a storm necessarily, but some short pitch stuff, some fast stuff. England have been trying pace, bar one off over from Moeen Ali, trying to unsettle Scotland, and it hasn't really worked for them yet. It's 33 without loss. We're 2 balls shy of 5 overs completed. But I don't think Scotland are going to be upset by this in any way, shape or form. Just trying to look for the average first innings scores here. I'll tell you in a minute, because this one is, well, it's slapped towards mid-off. Chris Jordan fields. Munsey had stepped back and Woody had followed him. And it means that there's no run at the end of the over. Yeah, the 2023. Oh, is that, beg your pardon? 2023 in the CPL. The average first inning score was 183. Season before, well, which was actually 4 years before, 2019, was 146. So you're not talking monster scores.
No.
By any manner of means. Woody round the wicket, met with a stout straight bat back to him by Munsey, and that is the end of the over. It's none for 11 for Mark Wood. It's 34 without loss after 5 for Scotland. George Munsey on 17, Michael Jones on 14. Mog, who's with us?
Time for a switcheroo.
Oh, it is time for a switcheroo as well.
Time for you to read out some tweets.
Yeah.
Warren is the most recent tweet.
Oh, is that me?
That's you.
Oh,
According
Lord.
to your roster.
Well, it is. It should
Your
be Bennett.
roster, you're on with Bennett
Yes.
and
Yes,
Sagir.
Fantastic. And you're
Yes,
going to have to stay in the
indeed.
studio, which I know you love.
Yes, indeed. Greetings, everyone. Hello, Bear and Tony, Sagir. Good afternoon, good
Greetings.
evening.
Hello,
Greetings wherever you are, and welcome to the Ball by Ball commentary here on Guerilla. This is Bennett, Olagasegram, and Sagir, along with Tony, keeping you company for the next 5 overs. It's Chris Jordan who's responsible with the ball, and this is the first game for these two sides. Scotland 34 for no wicket at the end of 5 overs. Jordan comes in, opening his spell. This is played towards the mid-on area. No chance of a run. A good start, Sagir, you reckon, for Scotland?
I think they'll be very happy. Sorry,
yeah, because it's almost at 7 and over, no wickets lost. The 2 openers still over there. A few lucky breaks, I would say. And this is basically the same pitch as the Namibia-Oman game, which I watched a couple of days ago.
Which was a tie. This is a shortish delivery. On the back foot goes Jones and hoiks this one. It's a good looking shot there over the deep square leg area. That is huge. It's gone right on top of the roof at Bridgetown in Barbados for the first 6 of the match.
I think if Kevin Peterson had his way, that would be 12 runs, right?
87-meter monster shot. Bear's not in the studio, so we don't have a jingle for that. But still, Scotland winning the toss, choosing to bat. 40 for the loss of no wicket with that monster shot by Jones. He moves up to 20 or 15 balls. Munsey, the more renowned attacker of the cricket ball right at the top, is 17 of 18. It's almost playing second fiddle now. And Chris Jordan, who's been brought into the squad because Ben Stokes is not available. Craig Overton also missing out due to injury. He's playing as the all-rounder in this team, being taken to the cleaners there. That was a good shot, powerful hit.
There's that damage to the solar panel, isn't it?
Well, it's
I was just
they're
saying,
going
I
to-
hope they don't damage those solar panels up there, and they obviously have done.
shot is still very, and
That
this one
6 is followed by a
slapped.
4 now.
This one slapped nicely by Jones towards the sweeper area, between the extra cover and the cover point for another boundary. This boy is looking great, isn't it?
Yeah, so far so good. And I think the Scottish team has basically come out to play over here with a point to prove against their more experienced fellow countrymen or neighbors, shall I say. I don't know. I think for the purpose of this game, they're not countrymen.
And the next
definitely not.
one again is pulled. This one towards the mid-wicket area. So Jones breaking free now. He's got another boundary towards the deep mid-wicket area, and he's got a 6, 4 and a 4. 14 runs coming off 3 balls.
Suddenly, this power play is going to look pretty decent.
Yeah, it
Yes.
is. I think they did the right thing in sort of taking their time initially to assess the conditions and basically show Archer and Wood the respect that they deserve. And now that they kind of feel, Chris Jordan's basically not in his prime at the
Archer
moment,
went
is
for
he?
10 runs in his first over, so I don't think he was given any respect to that effect. I mean, he was taken for 10 runs in his first over. This one's slashed and slashed right into the hands, has he? Oh no, a good piece of fielding there.
No.
By Liam Livingston. Sorry, the feed is slightly
Will
a
Jacks.
little bit slow. Will Jacks
It's a
Jacks
bit
with
choppy.
the fielder.
Yeah.
Chopped that one right, yeah. And a sort of a fine save there by Will Jacks, the fielder. Yeah, they do have some decent spinners. Will Jacks can bowl as well, isn't it? So good. They've got Liam Livingston, Moeen Ali was bowled an over earlier, and of course Adil Rashid. Maybe it's time for him to come on after this over as Jordan bowls. This one's over pitch outside the off stump and driven towards the extra cover area, and the batters go through for a quick single. At the end of over number 6, 49 for no loss. Muncie 17, Jones 28. This is after Scotland winning the toss. Funnily enough, England would have bowled as well if they'd won the toss. What have you got, Tony?
We've got Brian Barish, who says there was a time when Montana had no official speed limit. It was listed as reasonable and prudent. Warren says, trust Bear to know what 90 miles an hour is in kilometres an hour. Brian also says, if I didn't have to have a non-fun job for my health insurance, I'd be doing the games these days. But alas, I'll be doing weekday night games on White Line Wireless, of which there aren't very many, though, sadly. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, England appear to be struggling with the ground fielding early on, getting used to the conditions, or is it a tough ground? It's not easy, I don't think. Let's go and have a little look on YouTube, which may take me a couple of moments to get to. No, here we are. Let's see who we can find here. Mr. Disinterested Handjob says, Kevin Peterson is such a huge shit you couldn't even flush him down the toilet to get rid of him. Fair
A
enough.
new over begins. It's Moeen Ali being brought back again. This one's outside the off stump and pushed away into the deep extra cover area, and the batters go through for a single. At the end of over 6, they're about 50. So we're scoring around 8, just over 8 and over, which is a great start for Scotland, having won the toss. The rain delayed the start of the game today. England looking to go with the two fast men, Archer and Wood. They've left out Topley, Sam Curran, the player of the tournament in the last tournament of the T20 World Cup, not finding a place there. They've got a very settled batting order, though. Muncie, this one is actually pushed into the covers, and the batters go through for a quick single. Samir, so Sagi, runs coming quite easily.
Yes, Bennett.
Oh, as we
Well,
speak,
it looks like
the
they're going to
showers
be
have come.
interrupted by a rain break again. Yeah, and that last over from Chris Jordan was, 15 runs, and it seems as if the momentum had shifted. Look, it's not going to be a relatively easy pitch to bat on, given that it's not a fresh pitch, it's a used one. And even the other day in the earlier match, the I won't call them medium pacers, but both the Namibian and Omani pacemen, who probably were bowling in their mid 130s, found a fair bit of purchase off the pitch, and it wasn't really easy hitting them out. So Scotland, I think, obviously their pacers are not going to be bowling at the same speed as Archer and Mark Wood. If they use the conditions cleverly, I think that they could have a good enough impact. And I think the side that plays sensibly with the conditions and sort of uses the gaps wisely may be the one who'd be laughing at the end over here. Because, all-out attack, whether it is with the ball or bat, may not be the ideal strategy for
and
today.
I think, Sagir, the key is also taking time, isn't it? I mean, these boys were watchful in the first few overs. They didn't, of course, the loose ball. I mean, Archer's first over was rather a loosening over, was not very tight. Outside the offside, he gave himself room, and Jones punished the ball, but didn't take any undue risks, didn't they? And they built it up, and I think this is what the Sri Lankan boys watching were probably thinking, oh, this is what we should have done. They were really playing like cowboys yesterday, weren't they? And it was a really shame to watch. But
they went all out for an attack, didn't they?
They did. And unfortunately, at the moment, Sagir, it seems that the rain has got the better of it. The weather gods certainly interrupting. The rains have come down here in Barbados, and the play has been interrupted for a bit. Just to give you a quick snapshot of what exactly has happened. Scotland went into this game winning the toss, and they decided to bat. There was a bit of an interruption there in the play initially, but now they've got off to a flyer, almost a flyer, 6.2, 51 for no loss. England on the back foot here. Scotland forging ahead, I would say, at this in this moment. What do you think would be a decent kind of a score, looking at the England top order batsmen?
As Tony mentioned earlier, apparently
183 last in.
Tony mentioned. Yeah, that's what.
183
so I think anywhere around that
year.
160, 180 mark might be quite a handy score over here. I think 160 would be reasonably defendable.
160, okay.
But then you have to take into account that England does have a really good batting lineup, and they bat really deep.
They do. Even going up to all the way up to number 11, Mark Wood's scheduled to come in at 11, and he can actually hit the long ball. So in the bowling we have Wood 2 overs, none for 11, and Jafra Archer none for 12 off 2. He came back strongly in his second over, just giving away 2 runs. Moeen Ali 1.2 overs, none for 12. Chris Jordan, very expensive and rather disappointing, Sagir. He's not really done his bit.
No, he hasn't, and I think Chris Jordan's form was on the wane in the last T20 World Cup as well. I was actually quite surprised that Chris Jordan was picked in the squad for this year too, given that there were reasonable options at England's disposal. And, some people might argue that it's probably to do with his fielding and general all-round utility value in the team. But at some stage you have to think about, the core discipline, and his core discipline is bowling. And if his bowling is not going to be up to expectations, what are you going to do with his fielding and perhaps the occasional knock that he might play?
I totally agree, Sagir. What are your thoughts on that, Tony?
I drifted off to somewhere else. What reprise?
We were thinking about Chris Jordan and his inclusion in the team and what he brings into the party. He's a
good finisher with the ball, and I think he has hitherto brought England quite a bit of control towards the end of innings. Then I think there might be a bit of that. I wonder if as well he certainly looked the part comfortably against Pakistan. So I think he'd sort of passed his audition on that, and I think he offers the extra bit of security with the bat that perhaps Reece Topley doesn't. Although I do like the left arm option
but I think he's kind of pigeonholed as the all-rounder, isn't he, Tony? So he's not competing with sort of the likes of Reece Topley or Mark Wood. I would have thought is probably he or Sam Curran for that role, because he was earmarked as the all-rounder sort of spot when the squad was finished. But going back down memory lane, I know he's played 1 or 2 sort of a good knocks for England, but I can't remember a time where he's really pulled England out of out of the woods. But I appreciate that this season, in the local circuit, he's been in top form, and that's why selectors would have gone back to him again. Was there any other alternate options England had to bank on Tony? I know Craig Overton was the one. That
Well,
was
Overton
due to-
injured.
He got injured, yes.
As I say, Topley or Sam Curran were the obvious choices.
What about David Willey?
Yes.
He's another
David
good
Willey,
left-arm,
and
huh?
I think he's had a decent, if I'm right, I'd have to look it
Yeah.
up, but I've got a feeling he's been making some runs in the blast as well.
Yeah, and he
Yeah,
opens
so
the
he's
batting
handy with the
sometimes.
bat.
Yeah.
He's a left-arm seamer as well, and he's quite crafty when he's bowling as well. It's not as if he's
I think
someone
David
like
Willey-
Alan Mullerley.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Oh,
David
yeah, Alan
Willey,
Mullally.
David Willey, he doesn't actually. He opens the bowling, isn't it? I mean, he doesn't normally bowl at the death. So that's the problem, Sagir, that they might have had with him. I know he bats, but he opens the batting sometimes in the thing. But he's not a death bowler. He doesn't come in at the
No.
death usually. And Chris
But they
Jordan's
could have-
supposed to be a death specialist, and I've
Supposedly,
never
yeah.
seen. Honestly, I totally agree with you. I've never seen a game where he's done extraordinarily well for England with the ball bowling at the death. As much as him being picked. But anyway, that's interesting. But I think he's been picked as an all-rounder. That's what they said when the squad was actually picked.
Yeah,
And he's been
I think
scoring
that's
some
what
runs.
it is. And I suppose the other factor over here. Is, with Archer and Wood, you don't see them bowl a lot of Yorkers, whereas Chris Jordan is basically picked because he can bowl Yorkers. Now, obviously, his accuracy at bowling those Yorkers is not as good as what it was 4 or 5 years ago. And we saw that in the last tournament as well, that he either overpaged or he was basically off his mark. And quite often that cost England the game.
Yeah,
I think it was interesting watching Mark Wood, actually, because he has the best figures of the England bowlers so far and was noticeably bowling the fullest.
Yes.
Archer was bowling shorter, getting tonked. Mark Wood was
Lift,
bowling it
yeah.
fuller, and it seemed to be much harder to get away.
Yeah,
and
Alan's
much
just
more troubling.
commented that David Willey has retired from cricket, so that's interesting. I think he's retired.
Well, he hasn't
after the
retired
World
from
Cup.
cricket, he's retired from international
From
cricket.
international cricket, yeah, because he wasn't given a contract apparently, Sagir. I
He
did remember
wasn't.
reading
He
that.
went. He was. I think he's had a rough time from England.
Yeah, he has.
And I think 2019, when he was left out, when they muscled in Jofra Archer, I think that probably has left a bad taste. Add that to the fact that he announced his retirement during the nightmare World Cup for England last year, was pretty horrible. He's had a great start to the blast for Northants. Not so much with the bat. He made 79 though against Notts at Trent Bridge, which is good batting ground. But with the ball, 2 for 17, 1 for 26 and 1 for 43 is not at all a bad return against
Yeah, but
three decent
he's
flying
always
side.
been given the stepmother treatment, isn't it? Like from a point of view, it's just coincidence as well. I know after winning the World Cup, it's like Liam Plunkett. He was shown the door. After winning the World Cup and being the sort of workaholic in that middle overs for England, and being one of the catalysts for the victory. And I thought we might see him playing for the USA. That's what
he wasn't. He wasn't shown the door. He retired straight after the World Cup. Basically, that was it. He was 30.
But he wasn't picked.
No, there
He
were
was dropped.
issues.
They dropped
There,
him.
there were issues. Yeah.
I seem to remember him retiring.
No, there was a podcast. I think there was a podcast in which Liam Plunkett had appeared, and he made some allusion to the fact that there were issues somewhere within the England setup that he didn't like, which is why he announced his retirement, packed his bags, and then moved to the States, because his wife is an American citizen.
Yeah.
So he figured with Major League Cricket on the horizon, he could at least forge a career out there. And
I don't know
at
what
that
happened
point,
to him. I was hoping to see him at the with the England squad, along with Corey Anderson. I've not seen his name around. Would have been fun to.
No, that's probably because he might not be yet eligible to play for the USA, because you need to have stayed there, I think, under a permanent residency or something for 4 years. That's my understanding.
Yes, I remember.
So I'm not quite au fait with what the ICC regulations are, but it does need a player to be in that country for about 4 to 5 years. Now, Corey Anderson obviously had moved there earlier. Liam Plunkett's probably there for now
Must have been 4 years,
so
more than 4
last
years,
year.
definitely, right? 2020.
No, I think it was about 2020. Yeah, so he might fulfill his 4-year requirement sometime later this year.
Yeah. So if you're looking at players who have played for their second or adopted country here, so we've got David Weezer, who's really done very well.
Yeah.
What are the others that comes to mind, Jens? Is there anybody else playing in this tournament who have played for other countries?
Well, in
Corey
this
Anderson.
tournament.
Yeah, of course. Corey
Well,
Anderson.
Anderson,
Yeah,
Anderson
Corey
being one of
Anderson,
them for New Zealand, of course.
We know
Yeah.
Anderson
Yeah.
and
But David Weezer, because he's played for South
yeah.
Africa and now for Namibia.
There's quite a few Indians playing for other teams. Aren't there a couple in the American side who have played?
Oh, there's,
well, they played in.
Expats, yes, but have
Well, no,
played
some of them
for
have played
India,
in.
though,
Nah,
is the
some of them have played Indian under-19s and shit. So.
Oh no, we're talking about the
Kumar
national
is
team.
one of
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's different. I think
Well-
there's one guy who played for Canada and now is playing for the USA.
Oh yeah, that's Patel, right? He was a Patel. Yeah, I remember seeing him. Yeah, he's Hitesh Patel or somebody. Yeah, he captained
Okay.
Canada team as well. He's playing for the US. Yes.
We should probably update people on the other game, which is in Dallas,
Yeah.
which has now started. It is, I think, at the moment. Where are we? Ooh, I had it a second ago. 10 without loss for Nepal. So, and that is after we're not yet all the way through 2 overs. So that's a decent start. Netherlands won the toss. They chose to field there, and it's 10 without loss for Nepal in Dallas. So
That should be a good game as well. It should be an absolute
Decent
cracker
start
of a
for them.
contest, that one.
I can give you some messages as to Old Farted Player sent us a picture of a very handsome dog wearing a hat. Why, I don't know, but it just says, please keep talking and don't go off air. All right, well, we won't. We're still nattering away. We're quite happy. Brian Barish has updated us because he's met Liam Plunkett. Knows Liam Plunkett, I believe. Says Plunkett is still playing in the MLC for San Francisco and in MLC for the Philadelphians. His wife is from suburban Philly, which of course is Brian's home patch. He had an up and down MLC season last year, but had a solid season for San Francisco. Probably looking towards coaching. Yeah, I think that's probably right. Armchair Cricket Podcast, it says if there's a rain delay, how about doing Netherlands versus Nepal? I don't think we'll do that unless this one's rained off. But what we will do is absolutely keep you up to date on that game as well. We won't let that go past. Let me see. Saved by the Rain says rough turn 49. Let's go. O'Neill Harris says you guys are commentating an England game and struggle to find players playing for their adopted country. 3 Bajans are playing for England. Well, yes, playing. We weren't looking for players playing for their adopted country. We were looking specifically for those who had been ex-internationals for their country of birth. So yes, I know both. I think Jordan and Archer,
Barbados,
who are both from Barbados, and both had played at junior levels for the West Indies, but not at senior levels. So that was our kind of criteria. The Mighty Dutch, says Stephen Kelk, have drawn first blood. Ooh, let me see. Indeed they have. Nepal are 10 for 1. They are 10 for 1. The man out was, I've lost him, where is he? It was
Asif Sheikh.
Asif Sheikh. So he has gone 10 for 1 off 2 overs. So yeah, not terminal by any manner of means, but I think the happier of the two there would be the Netherlands, having got amongst the wickets earlier. Let's have a look. How was he out? He was out. Caught Kingma, bowled Pringle for just 4. And the not out batsman is Kushal Patel, who is 6 off 5. It should be Kushal Malla coming in next. For
No, I think it's Anil Shah who's coming. Kushal Malla will be probably after that.
Okay. Well,
so they have had a little
You seem quite familiar with the Nepal setup, Sagir. You've been following them?
Oh yeah, I do. I think ever since Nepal's inaugural appearance, I think it was 2016 World Cup. I think when they first appeared. I've been following them relatively closely, and I must say that of all the subcontinental teams and fans, Nepal has the strongest, most passionate fan following. It's amazing to see all of those people.
I would say, I mean, when I was involved with the Hong Kong national team, and we used to tour quite a lot, it was Afghanistan who had a better sort of a fan following that time.
Yeah.
You know, and I knew from watching them and how they were playing, it was a matter of time before they made it, made it to a higher level. But I think next in line is perhaps Nepal, but they do have a bit of issues, isn't it? Like with their board and how the setup is.
Yeah, that's true for all subcontinental teams, isn't it? I mean, you look at Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, India, Afghanistan, Nepal. Everybody's in the same boat.
Exactly. But some of them they
it's
make
like a
it,
cultural
don't they?
trait.
I know.
Yeah.
Some of them make it though, in spite of all that. But I mean, if you look at Canada and US, they've probably got worse issues. Canada was in the World Cup in 2011. And look at where their cricket sort of is gone down the drain.
Yeah, but
it's just down.
Look at who's running their boards. It's against South Asians.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the main
Well, before we go
And-
wandering off too far
Sorry,
there,
Tony.
we should tell people when the game here is due to restart, which I think is in about 5 minutes from now.
12:20. Yeah. So about 8 minutes, I think, from now.
Yeah, 8 minutes from now, we will be back on air. Well, we are on air, but we'll be back talking some
Is
cricket.
that Gary Sobers
That
on
is
screen?
indeed Sir Garfield, who these days seems to
Wow.
have been. His body has shrunk, but his hair has got bigger, which is absolutely
know.
extraordinary. But he looks in decent nick, doesn't he? He's in his own pavilion,
He
the
looks-
Garfield Sobers
He
Pavilion.
must be in his early 90s.
He's
Yeah.
probably right at home in that pavilion now.
Yeah.
Well, he quite literally is at home. It's his pavilion.
He's in 90s, yeah.
He and his wife are always there, aren't they? Omnipresent in almost every game.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Have you guys watched any cricket in the
Phenomenal
West
cricketer.
Indies? Any of you been to the West Indies?
I haven't, sadly, and I would absolutely love to do it. I've
Me
been-
too.
It's
Tony.
on
Me
my
too.
bucket list. Probably a test match. I'm not sure about Antigua because it's usually like a snooze fest over there. But probably Barbados, maybe Jamaica if I can fit one. Trinidad is another place where I would love to go,
Yeah.
mostly because of the Indian food culture over there. Because for me, the part of the reason for traveling would also be to do with food.
You may
so
not
that's-
enjoy it as much as Japan, won't you, Sagir? Anyway,
Oh,
hold
I
that
love Japan.
thought. I know. Bear, how about you? Have you been to the West Indies to watch cricket? I'm sure you have.
No, I've been to St Lucia, but not to watch cricket.
Oh,
I have.
There you go, Annie has.
Is Annie?
Yes,
Yeah.
well, I was going to
Yeah.
say Annie
She's
and
met Sir Garfield.
Fred went out and commentated, didn't you, on
We did, yeah,
Test
at
series
Barbados,
for
yeah.
for Barry.
Oh, you did. Oh, did.
Amazing.
Was that the other gentleman, David Brooks, who had some connections
Yeah,
with the West
that's right.
Indian? Yeah.
Went
And
with David.
You went with David, did you?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, good on you. And there was a.
I bet that was a roller coaster ride.
It was educational and interesting. Anyway, I'll
Educating
leave
Annie.
you to it.
But I think we were partnering with the West Indian Radio as well, weren't we, at one point, Bear and Tony?
We were,
On the
we did.
series,
We yes, David had set that up. We had the fabulous Vernon Springer. I think we were struggling culturally a little bit. We enjoyed his company, but we were occasionally a little rumbustious for his more, shall we say, traditional approach.
Okay, interesting. But the cricket in the West Indies to go and watch, it's another dream for me. But anyway,
Same
so
here.
what an
Same
interesting kind of day this has turned out to be. So, gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the tournament, and who do you think are your top three in terms of favourites to win this tournament? We go with Bear first.
Well, I think England, India, Australia.
In that order?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable order for me. I think, yeah.
England, India, Australia, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Tony?
I'm not sure I'd put England first. I've just always got a sneaky feeling that Australia will find a way. I think India, we talked quite a lot about before you were on air, Bennett. My concerns for India are they've been feasting, gorging themselves on runs at the IPL with short outfields and superb batting tracks. and they're already going to be playing over in Long Island on a drop-in pitch that was hard to what 70 something the first innings on it, and even then it was quite hard to chase down, and enormous boundaries. So I just think that that will at least be something of a leveler and possibly a bit of a cultural shock. To them.
So
It'll
Australia
be really
for you,
interesting to see how they go.
Australia with 2 and 3.
I don't want to say anything, but they're bringing out the big tarpaulins now.
Indeed they are. We were due to start, and now the big tarps are on.
I think there's a lot of very dark clouds on the horizon as well, just drifting in towards the ground. So I think we might be in for another half an hour or so before this rain clears up. Don't know.
Which could mean that all we get of Annie was a quick mention of, hello, I've been to the West Indies, I met Gary Sobers, bye.
It's so bloody typical, isn't it? I mean,
I've sat in bloody Sydenham for the last twice, 2 games. One I think was an IPL game, and then one was the Pakistan game, and where literally nothing happened.
Honestly, what is wrong
it's
with
20 past 2 in the morning where I am.
See, I mean, for those of you who are tuned in and wondering what's going on here, ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know, the game's been stopped for a little bit, but the partying has not stopped. The partying has just begun, and Barbados, everyone's just ready to party. There are many makeshift swimming pools, and people are partying with different attires and drinks and food, and certainly it's party mood in the ground. However, we're just discussing the top 3. Tony, you said the top was Australia. What are the other 2?
I put England third. For everything I just said, I probably would go for India as second.
Oh, that's
in my
conflicting.
choice.
Contrary to what you just said.
Well, I
do think
Australia first.
India's definitely got the firepower, and they've got the ability to adapt. It's just if they, I mean, they've certainly got the firepower to do it. It's just a question of whether they're too big for their boots and believe they're the be-all and end-all when it comes to T20 cricket because of the IPL.
India certainly have the best team probably going into the tournament. But again,
I don't know about that. I mean, you say that, but what makes you say that? They've got one of the best T20 bowlers in Jasprit Bumrah. But then I'd say Adil Rashid is one of the best. He's maybe not been Indian spinner, but he's probably one of the best when it comes to T20 cricket.
No, I'm referring to the more consistency and people who have the teams have more or less sorted themselves out. We've got 2 seasoned campaigners at the top. I mean, it's T20, I know, but Rohit Sharma and Kohli. Kohli's been scoring.
Well, Kohli's in runs. Rohit's not a great IPL, to be fair.
But he's had a bit of a muddled environment, hasn't he?
Well, he has, but I mean, you've still got to go in there with some form. I mean, he's a great batsman, that's true.
Agree.
Hardik Pandya's had a pretty shit IPL, and he's one of their all-rounders, and their all-rounders really haven't done much in the IPL because of the impact players. I mean, there's a lot of things that are up with Indian cricket in preparation for a World Cup that the IPL doesn't necessarily help, and they might actually be quite jaded. They've been on the road for 10 weeks playing fucking carnival of cricket.
Alluding to I said they probably have a better team on paper. I would say probably the best team in my opinion. But the fact that Tony mentioned about the IPL and the after effects of that, they're probably burnt out already because they give their 250% to the IPL, don't they?
Yeah.
And I think that's what I agree on that.
Well,
so
then again, to paraphrase Brian Clough, cricket's not played on paper.
Exactly.
True.
But nonetheless,
Sagir, how about you?
I'm actually with Tony on this one. I think that Australia probably has the better balanced team and also the experience that they need in terms of winning crucial matches at crucial junctures. Like they have that mental fortitude as well.
They didn't win the last one. We won the last one. So
yeah, but that was 2 years ago. Since then, they've won a 50 over one.
They won a 50 over.
They did win a 50 over one. To be fair, I fancied them more in 50 over. They got Heritage in 50 over. And that can really count.
But they won the 50 over from nowhere. They came from nowhere to win the 50 over. Nobody expected them to win. They lost the tournament. Go on. Yeah.
This is the first time that Australia has actually picked a squad for a T20 tournament, focusing on T20 skills, whereas up till now they picked T20 squads based on test match form.
Names.
So
yeah,
Well, meantime, I should tell you that another wicket has fallen. Nepal are 17 for 2 now, so second wicket there for the Dutch. And I can tell you who, if you give me just a short moment.
Kushal Bhuttel got
Kushal
out.
Bhuttel, the other opener. Logan Van Beek, LBW.
Oh, it's a good player, Logan Van Beek.
Right, so there we go. 21 now for 2. And we do have some messages that I can also update you on. Stephen Kelk says the mighty orange hammer has struck again. Carl Herbert says can highly recommend Barbados and St Lucia for watching cricket. Absolutely right. Jeremy Henderson, just 20 more minutes. He says, so that is over on YouTube. If I go over onto the artist formerly known as Twitter, who do we have? Brian Barish. Here we go. Mark Zip. Hello, Mark Zip. Who is over in the States, of course. Afternoon all, he says. Just back from the docks. He was quick to say, don't turn that off. I'd love to listen to the cricket while I poke and prod. Well, there we are. Now, can we get some actual cricket, please? Well, we'll do our best, Mark. We can only commentate on what's there for you. And I hope all was well at the doctor's. And the doctor enjoyed poking and prodding whilst listening to us. Jersey Oak says, why not just commentate on the other game? Yeah, we thought about that, Jersey, but we're having too much fun chatting about this.
I don't even know if it's on. Is it on the telly? I don't even know if it's on the telly, to be honest.
Normally it would be. I can have a quick look actually on my TV while we're here.
It's on Amazon Prime as well, by the looks of it.
You're in the States, aren't you?
But it might be. It might be. Let's have a look if it's on the main channels here.
Channel 408.
Saki is in Australia, isn't it? Saki, you're in Melbourne.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yes, it is. It's on Sky.
408.
Ooh, what
507 if you're. Yep. Watch live. I can go onto that right now.
Sky Sports Action. Mayhem.
Sky Sports Acton. Yes.
Yeah, so whilst you're picking that up, so Sagi, Australia is your number 1, number 2, 3.
Yeah. I would say India probably for the number 2 slot, only because the quality of the spinners that they have is much better than England spinners. And I think what India have done is they've basically picked a squad for the Caribbean leg of the tournament rather than the American leg. And I think they're basically riding on the fact that even if they lose to Pakistan, they'll probably beat the other teams in that group and progress to the Super 8s, which is where most of their bowling will come in handy. Okay. Plus, I think with Kohli and Rohit in the team, they've got players who can bat on tricky wickets as well without taking too many risks. Rather than number 3 would be England. Absolutely, has to be England. Cannot rule them out. I mean, their batting firepower is just too strong. Just too strong.
Okay, it's interesting. I think we just had different views. I'd say I'd go with some of you who said Australia because they know how to win World Cups, don't they? They come from behind, and again this time they haven't.
It's something in the water over here.
It's the mental state of how these guys are brought up, and they know how to win big games. They look at Pat Cummins, how he brought Sunrise Hyderabad from nowhere into the finals. But again, so Australia for me, certainly they'll come from nowhere. I'd like to see New Zealand do really well. I know they may not have big names, but they're always consistent. They come about from also the next team for me is Afghanistan, believe it or not. I will go with Afghanistan and then perhaps England. It's only because these guys have been around, they're hungry, they're passionate. And
but they don't have the consistent batters. They might have the bowling to pull through, but they only have like 1 or 2 batters who can actually perform at that level to post those scores that they need to defend.
But it's a 20-over game, isn't it? It just takes a couple
you never know. And that's the charm of the T20 format, isn't it? If it's your day, you could beat anyone. I mean, just ask Netherlands. They've beaten South Africa once. They've beaten England twice.
So what's happening here, Tony?
It's 25 for 2. 25 for 2 still is no more wickets. to fall as of now. We do have it on, so we're not going to miss a beat to keep you up to date on the score with that. Farong, though, asks us a very good question, is at what point does a reduction of overs come in? And Miko
I think about
defense.
20 minutes after that second rain interruption started, when the covers got back again.
Well, in that case, we must be at that point now, which makes it an interesting question for the chasing team, because quite often, doesn't it rather favour the chasing team, who at least knows what they're pacing their innings against?
Yeah, absolutely.
And they didn't start their power play particularly swiftly. They finished it superbly. 49? I mean, if you were looking at the IPL, you would go 49. That's a fairly modest, or at least average, power play, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think so far it's proving that way in this World Cup in either the game so far in the West Indies or the US. I mean, I know it's
no,
not
but
a
I think
body of work.
Scoring rate. Yeah. No, and the scoring rate of 8 per over within the power play. I mean, no matter where you're playing, that's a pretty decent scoring rate.
Yeah, and England are going to bat as deep as they bat. There's always going to be that lurking fear of slipping on the earliest banana skin in the first game. And Scotland are not that no mean opposition.
No, and Tony, I'm just not getting really good vibes about Johnny Bairstow and Harry Brook in that number 4 and number 5 position.
Well, both offer you huge potential, but they haven't yet really shown. Brook had a disappointing last World T20, although England, of course, ended up winning it, so that tends to get forgotten. And he's made more of his runs, by and large, in red ball cricket than white ball cricket.
Exactly.
I think, for England.
And Bairstow has been on the move, hasn't he, forever? And I think usually he looks like he's drained. And I know Butler said he was still ready, but and also I like to see Bairstow, the Bairstow that used to open the batting, where we know what he can do. At number 4, I'm not sure whether he fits in well. I know he plays the spin as well, and he's always a hit and miss, isn't he?
Well, I think that's probably certainly true of Johnny B. I mean, what did he do? He played 11 for the Punjab Kings. He averaged 30.
He got a century, but he was not consistent.
Strike rate of 153, but underpinning that was that massive run chase where he got 108 not out in 40 in 48 balls, which I think was against the Knight Riders, wasn't it? At Eden Gardens.
That was his only sort of knock off.
But apart from that, which is, I mean, I grant you, it's no small thing to be apart from. But he was, as you described it, very hit and miss. But I think that's often the case. I mean, you could argue that's true to a certain extent of Butler as well. You get moments of genius.
It's the nature of T20 as a whole. Really.
Well, everybody probably has a. If you have a 1 in 3, i.e., one big score, one average score, and then one bad score, and you're actually doing by and large pretty well.
Yeah, that's the stats.
I mean, Josh Butler played 11. He averaged 40, but that was.
Got 2 centuries, didn't he?
100. Well, he did. His high score again was against the Knight Riders, which says who ended up winning it, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Even though everyone said their attack was pants, they conceded runs. They somehow did it.
Who said their attack was pants?
I think Jack wasn't a big fan of the.
I totally disagree. I think they had the most well-rounded attack. They had 2 best spinners in play, Narayan and Chakravarti.
True enough. Well, and there you
Mitchell
go.
Stark and 2 young Indian fast bowlers.
Mitchell Stark was a fascinating case in point.
Yes.
Because he didn't start well. What fascinated me was it said as when his missus arrived, he said his form picked up. And he literally said he felt better about life, he felt better about everything, and of course he came good, as they say, at the right time, didn't he? Leading them right into the final.
These boys, again, the Australians, they know when to peak, isn't it? That's the best thing about them. The big games, they always come out, and they do put their throw in the hats at the right time.
Butler's other 100 was also a not out, which might explain why that 40 average looks so good. against RCB. But if you get 2 not-out hundreds with an average of 40 in 11 games, you can be pretty sure that the rest of the scores are going to be very sort of up and down, aren't they? Because that doesn't half help your average. Two red inkers and a ton as well. He's not at all bad. Harry Brook, let me see. Well, obviously he didn't play in the IPL. He's had a decent start in the Championship. Got 100 not out against Leicestershire. Got 126 not out against Derbyshire. Got 65 not out against Glamorgan. He couldn't at Lords cope with the pure genius of Ethan Bamber and Ryan Higgins, and made just 3-0 against Middlesex. But nothing too spectacular back in England white ball colours against Pakistan. He got 1 off 2, where I think he was bowled in Imam Wasim. And he did get 17 not out in the second game in the other game, which I think was at the Oval, because there were 2 rained off, weren't there? 17 not out off 14 to sort of see England home. But none of that is particularly conclusive as to his white ball credentials. In the West Indies, highest score of 31, which again is not particularly great.
We start to lose overs in 2 minutes.
Oh.
Well, I'd say that's inevitably going to be the case. 30 for 2, 35 for 2, by the way, are Nepal.
And none of you have mentioned who the winners of the tournament are going to be, which is going to be South Africa.
Well, that's interesting. We were asked for our top 3 and we didn't put them in it. So yes, you're right. Maybe it is their time to come good. Maybe they've handed over that choker mantle to India, and now they're free of it. They're thinking it's going to be our time.
They have absolutely everything you need.
They are. That's true. That's true. They certainly don't bother themselves by playing too much red ball cricket these days. So
but it's funny because none of us 4 even actually mentioned South Africa, did we? So
no, we didn't.
Alan, do you think South Africa are in a good position?
Yep. Yeah, I think that they're ideally placed. I think that they truly have the ability to. I mean, and a lot of this is going to come down to not necessarily how you play on your best day, but how good your B game is.
Yes.
Not everybody fires on all cylinders all the way through, but I think they have the ability to set big scores. I think they have the ability to chase down big totals. I think that they've got a decent attack, although maybe the IPL has shown you that the power of your bowling attack isn't necessarily going to be too much of a distinguishing feature about how these games are going to go. I mean, to be honest, at the minute, the thing that worries me the most about the tournament is these pitches look dodgy as anything. Mark Wood's bowling 91 mile an hour worm burners in those first 5 overs. It's not even getting halfway up the stumps.
Well, he was bowling very full though, Al. I mean, he was consciously bowling.
Tony, it's meant to bounce over the stump.
Well, not when
but
you're
I love what you said about Plan B, and I think that's important. Where most teams they go in with Plan A, and they've been successful right along. They come to the crunch games, and when Plan A doesn't work, they're exposed. This is exactly what happened to India in the World Cup, 50 over World Cup.
Yep.
Their bowlers don't bat, and they lost a few wickets. Usually the top order gets them, off onto a flyer. They lost early wickets. Middle order was exposed. They'd not been actually out there making runs. The bowlers were exposed, not scored runs, and that's it. No Plan B at all. And this is why, again, South Africa, for me, the 50 over format last World Cup, they had the best team in the park, but they just couldn't make it.
No, it's a good shout, and the back of the SA20 and a clear focus on white ball cricket there. I'm sure our South African friends will be delighted to hear you say that. There's a couple of updates here and there. Well, not good really, I'm afraid. It's apparently, as of at about past, so 5 minutes ago, it's still tipping it down in at the Kensington Oval. which is a shame. Annie has messaged us, although she's within earshot as we speak.
I'm
Her
listening.
friend at the ground, who presumably is Gary Sobers, says doesn't think there'll be any more cricket. Is that what Sir Garfield is telling you, St. Annie?
Yeah, he just he dropped me a quick line saying, "Hey Annie."
With presumably some racing tips, because that's
Yeah.
what he likes more than anything else these days, as far as I know.
No, I've got a couple of friends there who started off saying, "Oh, it looked all right," and now they're saying, "Don't think there's going to be any play."
That
if
is
this
not
match ends up without further play, I think it would be an absolute shame, because England could have easily pocketed these 2 points, and having to split them against Scotland, I think, sort of puts England in a tricky position, because then they would
But
have
that's
to
the
win
fear
everything
for all
else.
the bigger countries.
Yeah,
in comparatively
they
limited
could have-
groups.
Yeah, they
And
could have got
dodgy,
the
you know.
top spot then, wouldn't they?
Scotland's
they
made
could
a
have
good start though. They could, they could have.
Well, yeah, I
be
think you're
unhappy
right, Annie.
not to.
I think you're right.
On the contrary, England may have been happy to have just shared the points rather than losing the game.
Exactly. I feel sad for Scotland myself.
Exactly.
A quick tweet from our friend for Wrong. It says, just a reference to Power Play 1, IPL and Hyderabad are favourite of the Bish, none for 125 to get against can't remember in the final.
Thanks, Ron.
Not helpful, particularly.
Is that?
There we
is
go.
he talking? Is he talking about the final?
Yes,
Wasn't that Kolkata against Hyderabad?
Well, yeah, it was, but against Kolkata then, yeah.
Meanwhile, Nepal have scored 40 for 2 in 7.5 overs now.
They have.
And that stadium is absolutely jam-packed with Nepalese supporters. So, couple of weeks ago, that's third wicket down. It's 40 for 3
So
now.
again, no sooner had you mentioned
It
the
is
score.
40 for 3,
Yeah,
there you
the
go.
commentators
Absolute
just-
kiss of death. Pringle has a wicket down the throat of deep mid-wicket. And it's Saar. Spelled S-A-H.
I think the important thing over here is to note that the ground is full with cricket fans, and Nate Hayes was on one of our podcasts recently, and he was talking about how Dallas has the highest number of Nepalese expats in the US, and he was absolutely certain that they will turn up in huge numbers to support their team. And I think we are seeing that, which is a great fillip for the local ground and for the Nepalese team as well.
Let's do a few messages on YouTube, if you don't mind. Weather Caveman says O'Neill Harris, always in the know, regardless of the time of day. Kieran Roseby said, if Scotland get done out of this game because of the rain, it will be a huge shame. They're definitely on top. I think, to Annie's point, you're not far wrong, to be honest. I think England, that last Chris Jordan over, seemed to take what would have been a just about okay power play into one that I think on this wicket is setting them up really quite nicely. It's nowhere near straightforward for England. How many commentators are on that says O'Neill Harris 3, 5 or 6? Let me see. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and if I count myself, 7. Actually 7. O'Neill Harris.
We're all here.
To be honest, it's raining.
I can lessen the load if you want.
No, so we're basically just chewing the fat and
Talking shit, I
making the
believe
best of
is the
it.
correct term.
That's right. In which case, can I ask a question of Annie J?
You can.
Hi, Annie.
Hello.
Long time listener, first time call. Annie, with your level of expertise about county cricket, I thought all the rain that we've had here would have meant that teams would have been all out for like 110, 120. But there's loads of games drawn because teams can't get 20 wickets because everything's a flat track.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been impressed by anyone so far, or is it just been has it just been boring snoozeville? It's not really a contest cricket.
I think there's been some fantastic county games, but that's not what everyone's coming to listen to, is it?
You're an expert in these things. I don't see you as often as I should.
Well, I think there has been some, as I said, there's been some excellent games. But there was a bit of a suggestion that the ECB have tried to, with Rob Key, have been trying to make sure the track's a bit flatter, a little bit more dull, to be honest, getting it for the batters.
Using an old wet newspaper and painting it red and calling it a kookaburra hasn't been particularly helpful to bowlers.
It's especially at the beginning of the season, so doing it in April and right at the beginning of April wasn't a conducive time for.
We had a run fest against Sussex at Lords for Middlesex, although it was.
Yeah. So there's been massive amounts of runs. Yeah, massive amounts.
Yeah, I mean, Rob Key was banging on about wanting to have the poxy kookaburra for the entire season. I think it's fucking insane. I mean, part of the reason you have home advantage is things like the ball. Why the hell would you? I mean, okay, you want to be able to bowl abroad as well, and so I don't mind having some of it, but the idea of having the kookaburra all the time over here when we've got a far superior ball, why the fuck?
Yeah, you're just manufacturing conditions there, which they're doing with the pitches as well a little bit. So it is a bit depressing to be said.
Well, it is. I mean, you're preparing for a home test series, not an away test series, a home test series, right? So you want everyone in tune with a duke ball on nice green seamers, because that's what we're going to play on. And if the batters are practicing on nice green seamers, they actually get better at playing seaming deliveries, funnily enough. And that's your advantage, because you're playing a bloody home.
I think the main reason is to get rid of these 70-odd mile trundlers, apparently, you know, the stalwarts of county cricket.
Well, not everyone can bowl at 85, 90.
Well, no.
Admittedly, you want more of them, and I can see an argument for that. Yeah. But I mean, I'm sure in other countries there's 70-mile-an-hour trundlers playing first-class cricket, as in all countries, you know.
May I ask a question on that point? I mean, is it sort of a culture within the ECB to sort of listen to what every single sports journalist or so-called pundit has to say, and then have these knee-jerk reactions to try and appease most of these voices? Or is it the norm that they have a vision and they go like, this is what we want to achieve and this is what we are going to do? Because, you know, as an outsider, to me it seems as if they tend to give in to what some of these critics say, and then they follow that path, and then invariably that doesn't work out. So, you know, if they lose a series, they'll blame the pitches, or they'll blame the ball, or they'll blame the county structure, or something like that.
I don't think it can be all down to the ECB necessarily. I think it's positions that they put, like they commissioned Andrew Strauss to do a performance review, but high performance review, but that was related to England cricket. So to be fair to Andrew Strauss, he did a report which said this is a way of making England cricketers, but it wasn't about county cricketers at all. So he did that, and then there's Rob Key and other past cricketers that feel that, you know, it's more about England than it is about counties. So that's what it feels like anyway.
To a certain degree it is, but you can't put the chicken before the egg, as it were.
No, that's true.
Because without a county structure,
first.
Well, exactly, that's it. Without a county structure, you have no structure to get the players to play for England. But all the money is generated by England. I kind of get that, and that's the perennial problem of county cricket. The perennial problem of county cricket is to get enough people through the gates that has. I mean, I'm sorry, this might upset you, Annie.
It will.
You know, but to get enough people through the gates to make it pay its way, I suppose.
It's not about that.
Oh well, it shouldn't. Well, I know. I mean, there is a certain
non-profit making organisation. They are a community-based county cricket members clubs, or most of them anyway, and what they're there for is to help with, you know, the whole of cricket in England, not just Test cricket. It's providing a pathway through up, you know, and honing skills. So, you know, it's not necessarily, we're really lucky we get as many people as we do coming along to them, and there's also a really big group of people that find that tournament, you know, the county championship.
Yeah, no, I don't get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
I know you get it.
I know. I totally get it, and I agree. It has to go on. The thing is, it has to go on, and the other thing is, to get the best talent, you still have to be able to pay, right? So then it comes down to that whole nasty question of where the money comes from, and I guess it comes from the ECB.
Yeah, well,
a lot of it.
Very quickly, Mala has just launched a fabulous lofted off drive, and taken the ball
gorgeous shot, wasn't it?
51-4-3. Nepal. I can also
you're commentating on the wrong game now, aren't you?
Well, we are, and a few people have asked, but we are keeping an eye on it for you, most definitely. I should also give you some more messages whilst I'm here. Let me see. Kieran Roseblade, you have to favour England in this position. They've been in this position with the rain in most of their practice matches. That is true. O'Neill had said, this would make a beautiful Bishop and Bear podcast. We do sometimes have more than two people on, 2 or 3 people on, just the one guest format.
Yes, not enough beer on this one.
We do become more.
Well, if you're in the studio, occasionally we get sent beer. I've got some beer in the fridge.
Yeah, well, I'm coming to join you in the studio on Friday. So, yeah.
I'm not in on Friday, am I?
Oh, well, who is in the studio?
Well, hang on.
Oh no, I am in on Friday. What am I about? Yeah. No, I am
because I'm not. Can put a pound on. Can put a pound, says Kieran Roseblade, on 51 runs in the GPL. I just checked in with
fourth wicket for Nepal.
There is a 4th wicket for Nepal. Who has gone? Is it Mala gone?
Mala 9 of 9.
He's gone to Van Meekeren.
Mistimed, lofted drive. Didn't really make it to the edge of the circle. Caught at mid-off.
There you are. O'Neill Harris. It helps that the tickets to Nepal were not the £80 to £2,000 one of some of the other games. Yeah, that's true. Sagir's here, so whatever he messaged he could say. Leah, Chris Jordan is reaching the age where he should transition from professional cricket to amateur croquet. It's not always easy to do. You have to jump through a few hoops.
Fucking hell.
Thank you. I'm here all week.
Glue factory.
I'm here all fucking month, to be honest. For this one. I'll see if Tialok is. Well, that's Mog, so who's also here. Chris Acquire, the mighty Essex, but don't mention the Somerset game. Don't mention the Middlesex game either. Certainly not in the Blast, where Middlesex started in their usual way.
Mesoamerican raincoats.
Oh, right. Of which is that one of your subject matter expertises? Kieran,
Chuck and Slaylock. Yeah.
Isn't variety in sport a huge advantage? If everyone does the same thing, then it turns into a procession on beige. You're absolutely right.
Yep.
I mean, Scottish football fans, we're playing Scotland. Who's going to win the league this year? Well, it'll be Celtic or Rangers. Who's going to win the league next year? Well, it'll be Celtic or Rangers. Who won it last year? Well, I think it was Celtic, or it may have been Rangers.
Have you seen the Spanish league?
Well, it's got a little bit better, and the German league has evened itself out. But yes, you're absolutely right.
When was the last time that either? Yeah, I mean, come on. If you're going to talk about Atletico Madrid or Valencia, that's it for the 21st century, apart from Barca.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, the messages are absolutely trickling in. Kieran Roseblade. Oh, he said that already. Linux Lear. The ECB look like characters from that Monty Python upper class Twitter of the Year sketch skit. That's absolutely right. I get your point there. Mr. P, whoever Mr. P is, says shock of the day. Bear has beer in the fridge. Yes.
No way.
In other news, one-legged ducks swim in circles. Mr. Jeremy Henderson of Perth has written in.
Not to disparage.
He says, actual bear shock. The bear was recently seen at the Oval watching county cricket. Yes, you were, Bear, weren't you?
I was. I did go to the Oval. I watched the morning.
Was it a mistake?
No, I went and met Grubby and Fred at the Oval on a Friday morning. It was nice.
Yeah.
I'd have thought you just took a wrong turn somewhere and found out you were in the car park.
The beer was shockingly expensive. I bought 2 beers and a bottle of water cost £22. I was like, fuck's sake, man.
Oh dear, the shock of London prices.
That's
welcome
not
to
bad.
the real world.
That's not bear.
That's awful. That's about £9 for a pint and £3 for a bottle of water. So, for fuck's sake. Oh, it wasn't even a bottle. It was a
London
can.
prices. Come on, you guys are Londoners, right?
Yeah, I don't like
If
spending that much on
Scotland,
beer.
by the way, just to drag us back to the game here, which is 51 without loss, where everything has ground to a rainy halt after 6.2 overs. If they don't get back on, England could be facing a chase of 77 in 6 overs or 66 in 5. That would be quite interesting, but not what the tournament needs and not what England need, I wouldn't have thought.
Ooh, 66
Hombre
of 5
Nuevo.
is quite tight.
Hombre, well, yeah, that's what I think. Hombre Nuevo says, I was worried that our rain-affected warm-ups back here were to turn out to seem to be a waste of time, but it seems it was the perfect warm-up. Yeah, you're not wrong. Old Fart at Play says, show county cricket on terrestrial TV.
Yay!
Yeah. OFAP.
Well, that's obviously the way
agree with you.
to get crowds in. I mean, well, it's a lot of it's on YouTube now. It has to be
Well,
said.
If something's hidden, which it is, it's you just don't get anything.
Well,
done.
yeah, maybe.
It will not be popular if it's hidden, and it is hidden.
Now, as there are so many of us, I am going to have to, one, see how my ailing other half is doing, and B, feed the cats.
Okay.
Not necessarily in that order, but
I
we'll
am
have to
going to go
undertake
as well.
both, and I'll be back in a wee while.
Well, I won't be back, so
I'm-
I'm going to say goodbye.
I've got to shoot as well. Okay, sorry, I just came back in to say, is it okay if I leave now? What's the plan, Bear?
Well, I can put on a podcast. I mean, we have been rattling for a while. If everyone's got to disappear, then I guess we can take a break. We have been on for a good nearly 2.5 hours now.
Did you mention the super chat that just arrived?
No, I didn't mention the super chat just arrived though, but I could do. Because
Go on.
of course, that's what it's for. Ian Southcote says $34. Is that American dollars? I think so.
American.
Thanks
yeah.
for the coverage. A bit late, but $1 to celebrate each count. Why? Thank you very much.
It's a good job. It's a good job New York came before Florida. Otherwise, he might be out of dollars.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course, those
Yeah,
counts. I was, Jesus, getting a bit slow, Miles. Yeah, it's brilliant. And thank God for that. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have tipped the balance in any way whatsoever. Which
it will.
I think I'm hoping. God, it should do.
Don't forget, if it's 75 million people voted for him last time, if it's only a 2% swing, it is 1.5 million people. If it's 2% across all the swing states, there is absolutely no way that he becomes another Grover Cleveland with 2 non-consecutive terms. Take what you can get. Just keep on calling him a convicted felon.
Well, they've got to do that.
The world's fucked anyway. So.
I'm with you, Mom.
Well, it is. Is that another wicket? No, that was a replay, wasn't it? It's
all right, guys. I'm gonna have to go.
Okay.
Just have to walk the doggy and run some errands. If it comes on, I'll come back again. If not, cheers. Take care.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. See you later.
Do you actually want me to commentate on the Nepal Netherlands game?
No.
You can take some time.
No. Let's just go and do. We'll just put on a podcast. Oh, you could do if you want to. If someone wants to join
don't
you.
mind. I mean, I was going to be here anyway, so why not?
Yep. Same thing for me. I was going to be here anyway for at least another hour or so.
Yeah.
Go for it. Some people might want to hear about it.
Okay. Well, okay.
I
Take
can just
it.
play the jingles through my microphone.
Okay.
Oh, and that's an edge by Irie, and the leader has a wicket. And that's the 5th one to fall from the ball. 53 for 5. And that is out. Caught at slip, or wide second slip.
Am I going to play jingles?
I don't know, it's up to you.
The crowd says you out.
I was going to ask Mog if he just wanted to sing them, but, you know.
Fuck off.
I think that
Just
would be
fuck off.
Oh, fuck it. I'll come in.
The problem is, Mog, I don't know if you're saying yes or no.
Okay, well, good luck going through this game, and I'll see you on Friday, Bear.
Okie dokie.
See
See you on Friday.
Bye.
Bye.
Nepal's number 7 is coming out to the crease. We are 4 balls into the 11th over. Sompal Kami is going to come in at number 7.
Probably got a jingle for him if we really wanted one.
Yeah, you got to play him.
Nepal. What's his name? Sompal Kami. We got a jingle for him.
He's only human with the body of a god. Sompal Kami is right now.
I mean, Nepal's big guns haven't fired at all today, have they? I mean,
No.
Kushal Malla, Dipendra Singh, Airi, they've all gone in single digit. The skipper's still there at the crease, and I think a lot of Nepal's fortunes now rest on his shoulders.
Not a particularly judicious.
Look at the swing that the Netherlands bowlers have been getting as well. I mean, Vivian Kingma, like he bowled 4 overs for 23, didn't get any wickets, but he got prodigious outswing. It was really, really difficult for the Nepalese batters to sort of score off him.
Yeah, it was the ball that didn't swing up for the edge.
Yeah.
Huge swing and a miss by Sompal for his first delivery. So we see some pretty distraught looking.
He looks like he's about to start crying.
Yeah, it didn't look good, and that's another movement away by Delida. And that will end his over, but it's too good for the outside edge of Sompal. And 11 overs are in the books as we see a race score.
Horse race track, by the
horse race track.
That's where Gary goes all the time.
Oh, so we're in Texas. Do we know whereabouts in Texas? It's quite big.
This is in Dallas.
It's in Dallas, yeah.
Dallas.
The Grand Prairie Stadium.
There's a man on a knoll somewhere.
Allegedly.
Well, they had all the snipers and such up for the game the other day. So.
Yeah, they did. They had them up in New York, didn't they?
So imagine the India-Pakistan game. They'll have an entire armoured division out.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one's going to be able to sneeze in that game. It's going to be Pringle to continue. This is cut away. Gets to the edge of the circle. Some particularly enthusiastic fielding by Van Meekeren. We'll keep that as a dot ball. Tim Pringle. Figures of 2 for 8. This is a full ball, but it's drifting onto leg stump. It swept away, beats, and short fine leg. Deep. Square leg will come behind square and limit the damage to 2.
There's been an update on Cricinfo about the England-Scotland game.
Yeah.
I'll just put that in a while.
This is looked to be played inside out. Pringle will eventually, pretty ugly, field off his own bowler, but no run. What were you saying, Tiggy?
So the update is that the rain has eased off a little bit, but it's still continuing to rain, and there's dark clouds everywhere, no matter which direction you look at.
Oh dear.
New one's just come through. Saying, I believe the rain has ceased, and I can see the horizon again, says Mel, who's presumably at the ground. The wind has died down.
There's no wind, those clouds aren't going to go anywhere, have they?
No. Pringle has gone into his delivery motion. Powdell has backed away. The ball's hit the stumps. Got to be pretty confident that somebody's seen you back away if he is that, I'll just leave it till the last possible moment. 55
trying to psychologise him.
Yeah, well, it's a dangerous business to psychologise about the mindset of cricketers, I guess. Short, flat ball, pulled away, or swept away, down towards deep backward square. Single taken. 1 ball left of the 12th over.
Do you think there's a little bit of Daniel Vettori in the way Tim Pringle approaches the crease? He's got the glasses as well. He's got those ruffled, mousy hair.
It's just without the slightly less chaotic bowling motion.
Yeah.
Last ball defended. End of the over. 12 overs in the books.
I think Pringle plays in New Zealand for his domestic cricket. Right?
Yeah.
We shall find out.
try-
Yeah, he plays for Northern Districts, that's right.
Let's see if we've got any latest socials. Let's see. People asking for the commentary. Well, that's what we're giving you.
Yeah.
The man on the grassy knolls is Pirate Power Shot is shouting, "Duck!" Fed Up says, Rob Key doesn't work for English cricket, he works for international politicians. Ooh.
Oh, wow. That is... Can we have conspiracy theories for 100, please? Is Van Beek is in? That has gone down the leg side, a despairing dive by the keeper. Heroic looking as the ball sails past his glove. Down to fine leg for 4 runs.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
You know, Scott Edwards is rather very tall and lanky for a wicket keeper, isn't he? He's not your typical build that you see in most wicket keepers.
Van Beek in again. This one keeps a bit low outside the off stump. It's well taken by Edwards, ultimately.
Yeah, he's a good keeper, though. And I think, by all accounts, from what I've heard from most of the Dutch players and other people that follow Dutch cricket closely, he has the respect of his players and is a really good captain in the way he marshals his resources.
They seem to have cut themselves pretty well in the 50 over tournament.
Yeah, they do.
Nepal is 60 for 5 in the 13th over. As this one takes a slight deviation off the pitch, moving away from the right-handed batsman. Bit of a nibble, but no edge. Through to the keeper, no run.
Good bounce on that one too. It just took off that good length area, didn't it?
Yeah. I'm sure that this game would have been one that the Nepalese infrastructure would have been targeting. As down the track comes Powdell, hits that over cover. Couple of bounces, a quick roll, and it hits the sponge for the ball.
That was a good shot.
Yeah.
But he had to manufacture that shot because there's nothing else coming their way. So now they have to sort of take risks. And I wonder whether this innings will pan out the way Sri Lankan innings did the other day, because their risks didn't really pay off.
Yeah, they got to think they can get 120, 130 from here. Otherwise, you're not playing a game, are you?
Sure.
No, true.
Pulled away to long leg. So that'll be a single. 9 off the over with 1 ball left. And the score is now 65 for 5.
Got to try and get 130, 120.
What do you guys think will be a reasonable, or rather, where do you think Nepal will end up?
Well, I think like Bear's saying, if they get to 130, they'll be delirious.
But I don't think they'll get to 130 now, will
Possibly not. Oh, confusion off the last ball of the over. Sampal goes to run, gets sent back. In the end, though, everybody's safe. No run taken, 65 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yeah, with 7 overs remaining, even if they score about maybe 50, 60 runs in the next 7 overs, let's say 60 runs, that'll be about 125.
Yep.
Assuming they don't get all out by then.
No, I think it'll be. I think they'll have a sense that there's a competitive. It's a far more competitive total than the 77 that Sri Lanka got.
Mm.
Even if it did take 16 overs for South Africa to knock it up.
Yeah, that was a bit of an anticlimax to the Sri Lankan innings. I don't think anyone expected them to score that low.
That is true. But Mikaran in, full ball on leg stump, turned away by Powdell to deep square leg, single, 66 for 5.
Get the feeling Sri Lanka and Bangladesh are just going to be an absolute rabble.
Is that your? You think Bangladesh might be a rabble too?
That's my professional, considered opinion, yes.
And your amateurish opinion?
Oh, clearly it's going to be an Afghanistan-Ireland final, based on my amateur.
Ooh, I would love an Afghanistan-Ireland final. It reminds me of the ICC Intercontinental Cups. They were the biggest rivalry at that time.
Van Meekeren in, and that is bowled in. That ball's nipped back off the pitch, and that's gone through Sompal, too good for him. And it's 6-6-6 on the scoreboard.
Now you're gone.
And that's a beauty, isn't it?
Yeah, it's come back in.
Just come back in. That's way too good.
Played all around that, didn't he? Didn't move his feet. Beating on the inside edge. 0 off 5.
Not exactly the contribution you'd want to make at this stage of the innings.
No, you either hang in there and contribute at least 10 of 20 balls, or you get out quickly and let somebody else take the strike.
Problem is that
we've hoped that Kushal Birdle and Dipendra Singh would have already made 100 between them by the time
That's
he got
true.
there anyway.
Yeah. Wasn't part of their plan.
Next man has a jingle.
They all do.
He's only human with a body
That's not
of a god. So right now.
played your jingle by mistake. Is it Jar? Gulshan Jar?
Yeah, Gulshan Jar. Yeah. I mean, Nepal's collective batting hasn't been up to good in recent months. 2 years ago, when they went through the ICC World Cup League 2, they actually won about 6 or 7 games on the trot to qualify for the qualifiers of the ODI World Cup. But since then, the batting has just fallen down. It's as if they got to the cliff and then just collectively fell off.
Well, this first ball from Van Meekeren is far too good for the new batsman. It's been pushed across him. He's batting left-handed, and it's a tentative push which has just missed the outside edge. This one on the leg stump, maybe pitching outside leg, thuds into the pad. No appeal from anyone. 2 dot balls. Just the 1 run off this over and the wicket, taking us to 66 for 6.
Well, what are your thoughts on the 2 Netherlands players that haven't been released by their respective counties?
Yeah, that happened last time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
There was, I think, it was something where they weren't released. Maybe it was England's ODIs in the Netherlands.
Short ball on leg stump, kind of played around the armpit by Gulshan. It's fielded down to the leg side by Edwards, the wicket keeper, and they'll take a single, which will take us to 67 for 6 with 1 ball left in the 14th over.
I should think it should be like football. And, you know, oh, and I suppose it is like football actually, 'cause some clubs do hold players back, they've got slight injuries, don't they? Or they decide not to play because their club is more important. I can't see that in county cricket, but...
Last ball of the over is edged down to third man.
And I can understand that their primary contracts are to the counties, and basically counties will have the final say in what happens with them. But you'd kind of think that, you know, for a team like Netherlands to get to the World Cup, you know, it's sort of a once in a blue moon kind of opportunity.
Exactly, you think they'd let them go, eh?
Yeah, I'd have hoped that the counties would have exercised a little bit more leeway and allowed the players to play for the national team.
Yeah, no, I agree.
National duty should always have primacy, I would think. Probably pay a lot less in the case of the Dutch player.
Yeah, maybe they decided not to. And I can't see that though.
The leader in, Bardell comes down the track. Absolutely slaps that through the gap between point and cover. And that's a really well manufactured shot for 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
He's, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a big gap there. Yeah. Cover's not in, deep cover is kind of patrolling. But he hit that in front of square enough that no chance for the fielder. There's that one, and maybe a slightly slower delivery, bounces twice before it gets to the keeper, beats the outside edge. Nice comeback by Delida.
I'd rather hit the wall, chap, so I think I'm right to fuck off and go to bed.
Fair enough, Mark.
Seems very reasonable, Mark. You have a
reasonable.
good night's sleep, mate.
Indeed, you have a good night's sleep.
See you shortly, I guess.
Okay.
Delida in. Shaw pulled away by Powdell, but only as far as deep square leg. Takes a single. Powdell on a runner ball 34.
See, Aaron Jones has got the highest score of the tournament so far, hasn't he? That 90 whatever it was.
10-6 is all on his own, wasn't it? Something like that.
Yeah. Got it in, what was it?
40 balls.
40 balls, yeah.
Some going.
Is he American? Is he American or is he expat American?
He's wearing the red, white and blue.
I know he's wearing the red, white and blue, but is he West Indian American or is he...
Who are we talking about?
Aaron Thomas, or whatever his name is. The guy with the 94.
West Indian American.
Yeah, okay.
This next ball attempted to be...
He played his under-19 and junior cricket. I'm tempted to say Barbados, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
And when you hear him speak, he's still got a West Indian accent, a Caribbean accent.
Okay, cool.
Ooh, this one is short. Attempted to be pulled away. I think this is going to be pulled wide. It is. Nice attempt by the wicket keeper to try and bluff by clapping the ball. That went down the leg side, that short delivery. Unable to be turned on.
And similar to Aaron Jones is the same thing with Stephen Taylor as well. So he's also a Caribbean American gentleman and moved to the US and now is representing the national team.
Cool.
Aaron Jones is also actually part of the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots for the CPL team.
This ball attempted to be played into the offside, although a leads to going to mid-wicket. Missed time there by the batsman. And that is... Well, there's a couple of attempts at throwing down the stumps by the Dutch fielders.
Right. So, latest reports from Barbados. The local weather reports team seem much better for the foreseeable. But how much of a game might we be able to sneak in?
Yeah, is there a distinct time where there has to be a cut off in the first inning? This one is on the toes and prodded through towards deep square leg by Bordell. He'll retain the by Gulshan. He'll retain the strike. 5 overs left at 75%.
But presumably, if they can only bowl, if there's only time for 6 overs, then it will just be a 5 over game. If there's time for 7 and a change, then Scotland might get another over. How many overs have they had? 6 or 5? I can't remember.
I think you have to have a minimum of 5.
Yeah, you have to have a minimum of 5. So it could be England could get 5 overs, and they would adjust the DL score for 5 overs. Someone was saying earlier, if it was 5 overs, they'd have to get 66.
Yeah, what they were saying was that it was 77 in 6 overs or 66 in 5.
That's a fucking tall ask, man.
Yeah,
it is. And I think that's a little bit steeper because Scotland haven't lost any wickets. So Scotland had lost 1 or 2 wickets, but still had.
But it's ridiculous because they've scored 51 in 6.2. Admittedly, they might have batted differently had it been whatever, but still.
Yeah.
This is my bugbear with this particular Duckworth-Lewis system, because it looks at these as resources and it divides those resources equitably amongst all 10 wickets, which I think is a little bit unfair.
I'm assuming no bowler would be able to bowl more than an over if it's 5.
Well, yeah, that's true.
It's Van Beek who's going to bowl the 16th over. This is pushed down towards long on. Take a single.
I mean, England might be able to check, but I mean, you fucking got to go, son. That's over 2 a ball, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's in fact, it's 13 and over plus. I suppose you've got 10 wickets to do it with, but it still assumes that someone's got to hit a 6 or 4 every other ball, pretty much.
Slog straight down the ground with the second ball. It will be fielded at long on, a second single off the over. 77 for 6 on the ball in this game that we weren't really going to be paying too much attention to, but rain in Barbados will do many things. This one is airily slapped high into the air. Has it gone out?
Wow.
It's
got the legs.
Oh, it had the legs. Gulshan has hit that over long on, but just is good enough, and that's gone all the way for 6. This next delivery, Fuller, played out towards deep cover. 84 for 6 is now the total with that single, that last delivery. Well, this one, Pringle has dragged the length slightly back. Howdell's gone for the slog sweep shot and he's been unsuccessful. Edwards quite tidy behind the stumps, but no chance of a stump. 1 ball left of the over. Quicker delivery, chipped down the ground by Pordell. Will that be taken? Yes!
What a catch.
That's a great catch. Diving forward at long off. Powdell, the glue that's kind of held this whole innings together, has to go. He kind of just checked his shot rather than pushing all the way through it, and it's he'll have to go for a pretty lively 35, but it may be difficult to see where the forthcoming Nepalese runs will come from.
Yeah, but look at it this way.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah.
At least they've surpassed Sri Lanka's score now.
Well, yes.
Yes, true.
They should take a great deal of joy in that. Because these are budding rivalries in the South Asian region: Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, Nepal, UAE. Those sort of little dynamics that they have amongst themselves. And I'm fairly certain that if they catch up again, they'll definitely, say a few words to the Sri Lankan players about this.
It's Karan KC.
Well, we have a jingle for him. Goes like this.
Oh, he wants to speak into the manager's press. He has to wait in line. He wants to speak into the manager.
His name's Karen.
When I saw KC, all I could think of there was KC in the Sunshine Band.
Wow, yeah.
He will not be facing though. Gulshan will be facing. He's 10 off 9. Now Van Beek puts that ball right on the dot of off stump. A little tap and go. Well run. That'll be a single by the time the fielder slides in.
So the cut-off time locally is 2:52. That is fucking hell. So that's 90 minutes from now. So, well, from
for
when
the
that
start
was.
of a 5-over run, Jeff.
Yeah. So it's about 10 to 7. No, 10 to 8 English time.
Back of the length by Van Beek, defended by Karen. No run. So one would assume that if they get on relatively quickly, then it would be a few more overs of a Scottish target.
Yeah.
One presumes so, and if England can get a couple of wickets, that would drag the scores, the rates down, etc., etc.
And that's assuming that it doesn't rain again after this, right?
It's true.
Yeah.
That is short, leg side, pulled by
Short.
Karen. And that is beautifully timed, and that's gone all the way to fine leg for 6 runs.
Nepal might be a first.
Well, they could get 120, 130 here still, couldn't they? Quite easily if they managed to pull it off at the back end.
We're in the 17th over, so
Yeah, they've still got what?
they have got some resources left.
Yeah, they've got 16 balls.
And that one is outside the off stump. Karen just tries to guide that one down to third man, but makes no contact.
Try and get to 120 really when they're 6 and over.
Currently 5.5, just below 5.5, isn't it, at the minute?
Just be back in a tick.
Slower Yorker length delivery, unable to get it past backward point. There'll be no run. So 2 dots after the 6. 1 ball left of this 17th over.
Yeah, 91 for 7. 3 wickets left. Imagine they can all swing a bat.
This last ball again can't beat cover or backward or backward point, and that will be the end of the over. Are we talking to ourselves, Bev, or is there anybody out there?
Oh, that's a good point actually. There probably is someone out there. I haven't really been checking. I've been keeping an eye on Cricket Info because we're on a different channel. 2 minutes ago, Brian Barrett said, "Funny old game, cricket. I got up from my desk to go to lunch and work and something else, right? As ball 6.2 was bowled. I come back and that's exactly where the game is." What are your far thoughts of the Grand Prairie ground? The Grand Prairie is this one, yeah?
I think so.
I think it looks alright actually. It seems to play okay.
I mean, the construction of the grounds themselves looks relatively decent, doesn't it?
Yeah. This is one of the permanent ones they use in the MCL, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Van Meekeren's going to bowl.
This is the only permanent full-time specific purpose-built cricket ground for the Major League Cricket.
First ball of this over is just played to mid-wicket for a single. Van Meekeren's got figures of 2 for 15 coming into his last over.
Right, we got Waka Yunus, Ramesh Raja. Who is that lady in the comments box?
Not entirely sure. Dab down to third man for a single.
Yeah, don't know.
Probably a former player, but I can't figure out which team she was from.
Oh, there's a T20 match going on in Ireland. In Belfast.
Some of the comments on Cricket Info are right. People who were beers deep in the Greenwich and Haynes stand saying, "I've played him worse than this."
Yeah, of course.
To which I think the only appropriate response is good. Cut away by Gulshan, but he can't beat point. Throw hits the stumps, and as a result of that, they'll take a single off the redirection of the ball. Although the umpire saying that he wants to look through the square window just to check that it's not run out.
Who's that?
Van Meekeren looks knackered, doesn't he?
He always looks knackered.
Probably needs a multivitamin supplement or something.
Looks like he needs an oxygen mask. So
I wonder if it's concentrated oxygen beeping device.
Tell you what,
it was closer than I thought.
It was close.
Close.
Yeah. should we say, a bit nonchalant from the batsman?
Yeah, just a little.
He's only just managed to get his bat down in time, but in time it is, so that'll be a single.
Or it could have been supreme confidence on his part as well.
At this many runs for that many wickets, super confidence isn't necessarily what you really want to have, is it?
Yeah, but then he's a tail ender, right?
Yeah, true enough. Yeah. Yeah, irrational confidence.
Yeah.
3 off 3 in this over. 94 for 7 is the total. Van Meekeren in, outside the off stump. Swing and a miss by Karen. When they try and hit through the line of the ball, they look alright. But when they try to finesse the ball around, it all seems a bit too complicated. Am I kind of... Do you think I'm kind of getting to... Am I in the ballpark there, Sarah?
Yeah, I would say so. And I think it's the cross-batted shots, because if your timing is not right, you're likely to miss more of those cross-batted shots than you miss straight-batted ones. And I think that's probably an indication of the way the pitch is playing. Maybe they're not able to sort of... Ooh, that was a close run.
Yeah, they got there, though.
Slower ball. Not really much in the way of contact. I think they were deciding to run no matter what had happened. Van Meekeren dives in full length to try and be able to force the run out. However, doesn't really make contact with the ball.
Last ball of Meekeren's spell coming in.
Yeah. 2 for 18 is his return so far. Keeping stumping it. That's a bouncer.
It's got to be a wide, isn't it?
Right over the top of the head. Again, Edwards is trying to, it's like, oh, nothing to see here. That ball's fine.
Yeah, but keepers always do that, isn't it? It's the same thing for leg side wides as well.
Yeah, just a bit too high in terms of the bounce. So that will be a wide.
It's got 2 for 19 in what? 3.5. That's pretty good figures.
3.5 overs. Yeah, you'll take that.
Well, let's see what Mr. Gulshan does over here now.
This one is a fuller length delivery. What might be described to other teams as in the slot. Karen makes less contact than desired. And it just dribbles back to the bowler for no run. So Van Meekeren is
nicely like a coiled spring.
Yeah, Van Meekeren's bowled out, Kingma's bowled out, Pringle's bowled out. So it's going to be Van Beek and the leader who will take these last 2 overs. 96 for 7. Do we just transfer the GPL over to the other game?
Sorry, say that again?
I was going to say, do we just transfer the GPL over?
No, GPL shut ages ago. Can't just do that.
Yeah.
Super Sopper's out. Oh, it's ready. And it's off and around the outfield. Yeah, okay, so the Super Stopper's out. The clouds are breaking up a bit.
I could see you doing that job there as the leader comes in and that is absolutely hit really high and kind of slicing over point and backward point. And it's just managed to hit the ground before 3 fielders converge on it. And the upshot is it's 2 runs. That went a long way up. Yeah, in the same way I could see you riding a Zamboni and an ice hockey rink there, I could see you in charge of the Super Soccer.
Or just moseying around the outfield.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Karen will take strike after that less than elegant shot. This one he chips down to long on. They should take a single. They do. That brings us to the total of 99. India versus Ireland tomorrow from New York. Hopefully not the same pitch that South Africa and
God, if
I think the whole square is just like that. All of the pitches will be just like that.
Yeah. It's not going to be.
And it's not just the pitch, but if you remember the outfield as well, it was so sandy.
Yeah.
And the ball bouncing twice before it got to the keeper, and it's not going to be easy playing over there.
Short pitch delivery, mistimed hook shot, but it will go down to fine leg. There will be a single, and there is applause in the crowd as midway through the 19th over, Nepal have reached 100. For 7.
I think that's first target achieved for Nepal, isn't it? To get to 100 at least. They have a shot at defending a score like this.
Yeah, maybe another 10-15 runs that they can get with these last 9 balls, and they might feel that that's a semi-competitive target, as that is back of the length, cross-batted shot, hit very high, very straight, and that's gone
in the crowd.
All the way. That's
somebody caught it.
A good 15-20 yards over the sponge though when they did catch it. And that's a mighty 6.
There's your local hero over there.
Yeah. Seemed to go very high. But thankfully, with very high, 80 metres.
Yeah, very long.
I think he hit it off half of the bat as well, wasn't it? It wasn't even in the sweet spot of the bat.
That's true. That one's gone up in the air as well, top edge this time. And that's a well-taken catch.
Oh, what a catch!
Almost directly behind the bowler. It was
behind the keeper, I think.
No, I don't think it was the keeper.
Yeah, it was the keeper.
It was behind the keeper. Yeah.
It went off down towards very fine third man, and he got round.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant catch, though.
It's a brilliant catch. Yeah.
On the run, low down.
Hey, no, it's not. He's come from.
Yeah, he's come from behind the keeper.
Third man behind the keeper.
Yeah.
So Karen goes for a enterprising and entertaining 17 off 12 deliveries. Caught by Kingman off the lead. That's what 06.
But he did inject some much needed momentum in this Nepalese incident towards the end.
Yeah.
On your bike, mate. Bye-bye.
Cigar. Darkle?
Sagar
Darkle?
Sagar Darkle.
Seeing where my ASDA order is, because I thought this game would be over pretty soon. By 7 o'clock. An average of infinity in T20. It's his second game. No runs, no innings to speak of. That's an incredibly slower ball by Delida. Completely confuses Darkle.
I think that was
that's the first time. That's the first time I've seen a ball where the bowler's almost caught up with it as the batsman's played it. But that's the end of the 19th over, and it's 106. 106 for 8.
See if anything on YouTube. Nothing new. People are still here with us on Twitter. Oh, we got a few tweets actually. What the hell? I've been a bit remiss.
Have you?
Rain, lots of rain. Missing a rain, says Brian. There apparently is about 7,000 Nepal fans at the game. So home away from home for them. After Ali Khan sledging off Nepal last year, the Nepali fans went and started a rival with the US team. Okay. And both sides of the Tweed. Last time I was in Bridgetown, Barbados, I was soggy too. It was soggy too. And he sent a picture of him paddling in the sea. Love it.
Nice one.
I think on YouTube we've got a comment from Chris the Choir saying that converting a baseball stadium is going to give better dimensions than the rugby grounds they've used in the New Zealand.
Gulshan has been bowled by this first delivery of Van Beek's final over. Went down on one knee for a hoik over deep mid wicket, makes no contact, and his off stump gets pushed backwards.
Oh well. What have we got? This one.
I won't look back by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
So Gulshan goes for 14 off 15 deliveries. And it's 106 for 9.
Ladies and gentlemen, last pair now. 5 balls to go. Let's see how much they can add to the total over here.
Avinash Bohara.
We've got a jingle for him. See, Mook said he got everybody, but he hasn't really. He's lying. Who's this? Bohara. I can't find a Bohara.
The best of 12 in his 16 inning career. Takes a huge step to leg. This one has gone up, but it has not gone out. Van Beek takes 2 in 2. He's caught and bowled. And the ball are all out for 106.
No, they are. I'm not going to play a jingle because I'm doing something else at the same time.
Okay.
I was getting Bahara's jingle in.
The next inspection is at 10 to the hour in Barbados. The umps are out in the middle on the ground step. It's up in the air in the outfield. It's breaking up a bit. Next inspection will be 1:50 p.m. local time, so I'm guessing
13 minutes.
10 to 7.
Yeah.
Our time.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to play podcast.
Okay.
And we're going to have a
So
little
should
break.
we? So should we hold fire until we know what's happening with the resumption?
Yeah, I reckon so.
Yeah, I think that's another 12 minutes until the next inspection.
Yeah, and then
so
there'll be a bit of
It'll
time
be another
then.
10 minutes after that one.
Yeah,
So they
exactly.
can get on straight away.
Exactly.
We'll find out what's happening then.
Well, we hope you enjoyed this emergency coverage of
Okay.
Nepal's defeat against the Netherlands. Bear, over to you with podcast.
Okay, we're going to play again. You'll probably get more of it. It's the World Cup review podcast. We'll see you soon.
Even during the biggest game of the season, it's difficult to focus on the action when you're the victim of poor dental work. The Dental Law Partnership is the UK's dedicated dental negligence solicitors, helping you get the compensation you deserve. With the Dental Law Partnership by your side, it's time to get your smile back. Start your claim today at dentallaw.co.uk. That's dentallaw.co.uk.
Dental Law Partnership.
Want the recipe for feel-good fitness? Start with up to £400 of selected Peloton Bike Plus and tread purchases. Mix in an uplifting run on the tread, or a swirl of your bike's wheels. Perk up with hip-hop yoga, then cool it with a soothing meditation class. And enjoy. Find your feel-good. Get up to £400 off selected Peloton Bike Plus and tread purchases.
Offer ends 4th of June. Internet connection and Peloton all-access membership at £39 a month required to access Peloton content. Terms apply. See onepeloton.co.uk.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare. Buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Well, hello, welcome back again to the Bishop and Bear. Gosh, exciting times. We've just come out of the IPL. We're just about to go into the World T20s. And then it won't be long for Test matches in the summer around the corner. What a time to be
Nice
alive.
we had some decent weather to go with it though, eh, Tone? Jesus.
Well, it's not great as we look out the pub window, it's got to be said. However, there may not be sunshine here. There is sunshine on the smile of our guest today, because it is presenter and writer for Rev Sports. We used to work together writing for One Cricket when I was moonlighting away from Guerilla from time to time. It is the fabulous Gargi Rao. Hello Gargi, welcome to the Bishop and Bear.
Hi, thank you for having me. I was quite surprised when you messaged me and said that you'd like to have me on a podcast. I was always waiting for this, this is my first podcast.
This is your first one?
First podcast?
Yes.
Oh dear.
But you're always presenting them though. Whenever I've seen you, you're in front of the camera, introducing, interviewing, chatting to other people, you
But
see.
it's always me who's asking the questions.
Oh,
Don't ask me any questions.
today Viva asks the questions, so you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
But we'll see how well, the most important question the most important question for now is, what do you fancy to drink?
Let's get a gin and tonic.
Nice.
A gin and tonic. You, and I'll tell you who else always has a gin and tonic. It's our friend Anindo Dutta, author of Wizards, The History of Indian Spin Bowling, and a bunch of other things. So I think you possibly know. I know you've come across each other various occasions. He always goes for a gin and tonic as well. Right. Well, let's sort of start chatting. I mean, I guess the first thing, we just want to know a little bit about you, because you used to play as well. You're a player as well as a broadcaster, aren't you? Or have been.
Yeah. So I've played quite a lot of sports. I started with tennis, I believe, and then I went into badminton. I did a little bit of football, then table tennis, and rifle shooting as well. So I've done a few. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I played so many sports, but I was always, never in class, always on the field. So that's what I did in school mostly. And then I always loved playing cricket, in India, because cricket is such a, I don't know, it should be the national sport at this point, but every summer, every day, you'll find kids on random streets playing just cricket, nothing else. Any other sport I think would be very hard to find, very rare to find, but it's always cricket. And I used to play a lot with my cousins from the boys in my society and everything. Mm-hmm. So my mother at this point, I think I was in 8th or 9th grade, and my mother was forcing me to join a professional club, and I did not want to, because back then there wasn't much, women's cricket in India, and I honestly did not even know who the players were. So at that point, my mother practically forced me into joining a professional club, and I did. After, thanks to my mother, I'm now doing this, because if she hadn't, I wouldn't even be here. So I joined a club, and then I was good at it. I was surprisingly good at it. It wasn't surprising for me. It was surprising to the coaches. And when I started playing, I thought, well, this is going well. In the first 6 months, I made it to the state camp, the summer camp that they used to have. They used to have trials and everything. So I made it there, and it went super well. So I'm so sorry. There's an annoying drill sound because the house next to mine is getting something done. So.
That's right. The noise of the burble of conversation and general clinking of glasses in the Bishop and Bear will drown that out. Don't you worry.
Someone is in the bar with the chainsaw.
Yeah.
But anyway, where was I going with this?
You were talking about your cricket background.
Oh, right.
So we want to know: are you batsman or bowler? Batter. Oh Lord, get it right. Batter, bowler. What are you? What's your specialism? Batting all rounder.
Cool.
So I started and I did really well. Then I started playing for my state, and I was always someone who used to love reading and writing. I have a huge collection of books, so this is something I was always interested in. And while I was playing, I would also freelance for a few sports websites, and I would write about cricket. And after that, I had a horrible back injury. Then lockdown happened, so I was out of the sport for a year anyways. And suddenly it dawned on me, what am I doing sitting at home doing nothing, being a burden on my parents? And at that point, I just thought, I need to move. I need to do something. So I went on this manic spree on LinkedIn and started applying for any job that I could find. Sports writer, sports content writer, anything. And then I landed a job with One Cricket. So I started writing for them, and then I told them, well, you know what, I love writing, but I want to be in front of the camera. So they told me, you know what, okay, go on YouTube, do whatever you want. And then that led to me joining India Today, which is like one of the biggest media houses.
Yeah, no, we know that.
Yeah. So I did some, I was there for quite some time, but then it was really monotonous because I wanted to be on the field and not on the studio, not in the studio. So I called up Boria Mujumdar, and he's a wonderful person and who really believes in, sports journalism being something that has to be done on the field and not from the studio. So he really I believed in his vision, and his vision was also my vision actually, because that's what I thought as well. I needed to be on the ground. I needed to cover cricket, cover any other sport from the ground. So I joined Borea Ref Sports. I joined Ref Sports, and it's been going really well since then.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've looked at Rev Sports, so let's kind of have a chat about, well, the first thing I suppose to cover and to talk about, day before yesterday, a bit of a funny old final in the end for the IPL, wasn't it? It wasn't the big finish that everyone would have wanted. Lord.
When there's a Pat Cummins in the team, you always want something to happen. Not what happened. That's not at all what I was expecting at all. You know, in the pre-show that I did, I was anchoring the pre-show, and I said, let this final be a good one, because this IPL season has been really boring. And it's been boring because I'm an RCB fan, and RCB never seems to make it to.
Well, that means every season's boring, because let's be fair there, Gargi. Come on.
Well, they had a good run at the end, didn't they? I mean, it all got a little bit exciting for a little while, and then it all went apart again.
You know what? I would have preferred if they hadn't done well, because they just take your hopes up like this, and then boom, you're heartbroken for, I don't know, the 17th year in a row. So that's bad. But I thought, come on, Pat Cummins, do something, do your magic, do something, come on. But then, that was such a disappointment, wasn't it? That final.
Well, it was kind of weird. I mean, one of the stats going into it that I noticed was, I think the Knight Riders bowling attack had taken like 43, 44 wickets in the 5 games leading up to that, which was itself a record for the number of wickets in a 5-game stint. I think the consecutive 5 games in the IPL. So they were clearly on hot form. The other thing that I thought was really interesting, talk about Shershela Pham, Mitchell Stark being so incredibly expensive, and I know, you know, he was swinging it round corners, but leading up to, you know, if you look at the tournament as a whole, bar the last 4 or 5 games, you'd say I'm not sure he'd certainly justified that price tag. And yet, when the rubber hit the road and it was really important, I mean, just look at how well he bowled. And he said it was Elisa Healy turning up. He said my season turned up was what? Yeah, he put it down to his other half arriving, and suddenly the whole world being brighter and a better place for him, and that transferred into his performance. So there you go.
Well, I mean, you earn the money for big bucks by doing it in the big games, don't you? And I mean, weirdly, in fact, I think in the second qualifier or whatever it was, I mean, we put him in IPL hell because exactly that. He was another man who was the most expensive man in the IPL. Blah blah blah. Who, once again, you know, a lot of these expensive guys don't seem to perform when they're the most expensive man that year. And he hadn't really up until that point. It'd been very expensive and taken that many wickets, but he did turn up when it mattered. So good on him, I suppose.
I don't know how you thought about it, Gargi. I mean, we covered the final, and there was a point. Gosh, I think, you know, fairly early on in the second innings where it just seemed to me that the Sunrisers collectively thought we've literally got no chance here, and it just seemed to subside into sort of a rather disappointing nothing towards the end. Obviously not if you're a Knight Riders fan.
Yeah, I think after that Travis Head and Abhishek Sharma wickets, those 2 wickets after that, everything went downhill. And those wickets, Riyan Parag, I can't recall everyone right now, but I have a really bad memory, by the way, which
fit right in here. Yeah,
it doesn't go very well with my career, but anyway, I don't remember things very well. But Riyan Parag, I remember he just launched it straight into the air, and I didn't understand why they batted that way, because your 2 strongest batters of the team were already gone. You had a low total, so you could have easily, you know, chased it with a 7 to 8 run rate. It was quite bizarre to see the way that they approached that innings, and especially when I look back on that match, now that I think about it, Pat Cummins choosing to bat first. I think that was really bizarre, because why would you want to do that?
Well, they got such power in the power play. You know, it's not the first time that they've done that, and
but I think there was
power
some
play, power hitting team.
Yes, but I mean, it could just be me, but I'm a little old-fashioned that way. You don't want to set up a target in a final when you don't know what the pitch may be like. And that Ahmedabad pitch was really two-paced, I think. all the 3 matches that happened at the end. Those were quite boring.
Do you not think that was the thing? Because if you look at the second qualifier when SRH got, what was it, 200 or 190 or whatever it was, and it was clearly, when they went off to an absolute start, didn't they? They got 90. They were 91 for 2 after about 9 overs, and then only got to about 100 and whatever it was. I can't even remember what the score was in the second one. But it suddenly became really hard to bat, and the ball was turning quite sharply. And I think they probably went into that final thinking, well, if the pitch acts the same as it did in the semi-finals, it's probably best to get. You're going to get runs on the board in the first 8 or 9 overs, and then for everyone it's going to be quite difficult. Maybe they thought that, and it just went horribly wrong, didn't it? So you can't account for everything.
Kind of as well, whatever had empowered Mitchell Starc, Travis Head had the opposite effect on him. Hasn't he? Didn't he face 3 balls against the Knight Riders? No, Travis Head faced 3 balls, I think, against the Knight Riders and got out to 2 of them. So,
no!
In the last 2 games, so he was really struggling. Who in the tournament overall? Who kind of really stood out for you? Who were the winners for you?
Yeah, I think when I think about the IPL, the thing that interests me the most, and I think the thing that should interest the crowd, is the fact that IPL is that the bridging gap between international cricket and domestic cricket for India. Finding young stars, I think IPL has been all about that for me personally. And I always find it very fascinating when the youngsters come in and perform really well, because you also have like international stars bowling to you, batting to you, whatever. So if you can steal the spotlight there, I think it's a really good, a really good stage for you to shine. And when I think about this IPL season, I think about Abhishek Sharma, because I think he did really well. And Abhishek Sharma is someone who I've been, following for a long time. I think he first came into the limelight in 2016, if I'm not wrong, at the Vinu Mankar Trophy, which is like the Indian domestic tournament for under 19 ODI. So he I think scored a century on his debut. That was really when people started talking about Abhishek Sharma, and then leading the under 19 India team to Asia Cup win and all of that. So it was Abhishek Sharma has always been doing really well. When we talk about, and it's not just batting, right? When you look at IPL, you see the batting, but he's also done really well with the ball in domestic tournaments. So he's always been a really good all-rounder. And when you look at the Indian circuit, I think you're really missing a good all-rounder. Hardik Pandya, you have that, but how long will you just depend on one person? So Abhishek Sharma is that one person who really stole the spotlight. When I think of some other names, I think Riyan Parag, what a comeback the young boys made, because people were really trolling him. People were really after Riyan Parag.
The top scorer, I think, wasn't he? Riyan Parag, if I remember. He certainly was well and truly amongst the runs for the Rajasthan Royal.
Mayank Yadav with the ball. Rishabh Pant. That comeback from the accident.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite astonishing, really.
Yeah.
And then if you had to pick non-Indian folk, many would go for Rishabh Pant. I'll tell you why, but because there was so much doubt about whether he'd ever play it again at all. that I think he'd get sort of a global sympathy vote amongst cricket fans. And he did pretty well.
He did pretty well
too in a sort of ultimately losing. Cool. Sorry, you were saying you had somebody else that you were.
No, that's it. And
Can I ask you? You said at the top of the show, you said that this is one of the most boring IPLs ever. I mean, how's it gone over in India? I mean, what about? Things that astonish us are the impact player. How is that going to affect the Indian team going to the World Cup? You can't play 12-side at the World Cup. You're going to have 75-yard boundaries, and everyone's, the amount of shots I've seen that have been top edge, and you think that should be out, and then it sails over the boundary for 6. Do you think this is going to impact the India side when they go to the World Cup?
I don't think anyone but the IPL management and the IPL teams like the impact player rule. Everyone hates it. First of all, because it ruins all-rounders. Because
yes, exactly.
Right. When you look at the domestic circuit and what IPL is doing to the domestic circuit in India, I've met kids who say that it's fine if they don't play for India, but if they make it to the IPL, their life's set.
Yeah.
That's what kids are saying now these days. And already cricket is such a batter's game. You need all-rounders. You already don't have quality all-rounders in the Indian circuit. Even when you look at the domestic circuit, there's not a lot of names out there. So if you're going to bring up a random rule, which was first introduced in the Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy, which is the domestic T20 tournament for the senior boys. So that was done because you need to test out players, right? But taking that rule and then bringing it to the IPL, which will do nothing for Indian cricket, I think is just useless at this point.
Yeah.
It's doing nothing than good.
Well, that's really interesting to hear you say, I've got to say, because we've sort of bemoaned it. I guess we're as you can see, the Bear and I, combined age of about 410.
Leave yourself, man.
We're possibly more traditional although we enjoy our IPL, we enjoy our T20 cricket for sure. But yeah, our worry has been increasingly bowling, and Bear was a bowler. It become more like cannon fodder. That's basically it. You're just getting pumped to the point where you're just utterly devaluing, to a certain extent, the skill of bowling. And then when you put smaller boundaries and you put impact subs, you just give a license to. I mean, some of the stats from this year have been mind-boggling. I think the average runs per match was about 373. Last year it was 345.
Yeah.
I mean, wow! You look at something like that. Sixes hit in the game averaged 18 this year. Last year it was 15. I mean, just look at that. You might go, well, that's only 3 more, but look at that as a percentage. That's huge, right? I think Jake Fraser McGurk hit a 6, hit 23, I think in all, a 6 in every 4.8 balls. So basically, every 4.8 balls he's facing, he's smashing. He's kind of smashing it out the ground. And then the other one which struck me was, I think, if you look at instances of per IPL game of a batsman scoring 20 plus runs at a strike rate of 200 or more, it averaged nearly 2 per game this year. It's 1.8 odd, and last year was just a shade under 1. Again, that's effectively doubling that crazy
well, there's your extra 20-30 runs, isn't it? That's just one player hitting.
Well, exactly, yeah, there you go, as you rightly say. So did you happen to see, Gargi, Jason Holder this week has been sort of standing up for the beleaguered art of bowling, and particularly quick bowling. So I thought it'd be worth seeing what we think about some of his suggestions. He said things like, we need a wide guideline on the leg side for bowlers. So he's already saying that quicker bowlers should be allowed. The leg side wide shouldn't be completely, immediately a run to the other side, about half the distance from the stumps that the wide line is on the offside. So he's not asking for the same degree of leeway, but he's asking for some leeway, so that you've now. I mean, if you look at how much a batsman moves about, the crease is effectively rendered almost irrelevant by the amount of movement. I mean, what would we think about that? That would be potentially a massive step back in the armory of bowling. Do we think that's a halfway
step forward? I would say.
At this point, yes. But that would completely change cricket, wouldn't it? If you change something as foundational as that. But I get where he's coming from, because, throughout this IPL, I've been talking to my colleagues, I've been talking to fans, and everyone seems to agree on the fact that it's completely become a batter's game. There's no incentive for bowlers, is there? You might as well put a bowling machine up there. Because
that's what I've been saying, yeah. It's quite mad, isn't it? I mean, I don't see why anything down the leg side should be a wide. I mean, like, literally, something that misses the pads by a couple of millimetres is given a wide. I don't think it's a bad ball, and I don't think it's unfair. They're trying to angle it in, and they get it slightly wrong, and the batsman's not got enough time to pick it up. I don't, again, you're putting it in the batsman's favour. If you've got to, the bowlers have to have something, right, to be able to.
He's also arguing.
I mean, because Jason Holder was basically saying you can't if you either bowl straight or you bowl wide. You've got nothing else. So if you're trying to bowl at the pads and you get it slightly wrong, it's a wide. But you're trying to restrict the batsman, then it's kind of unfair on the bowler. You don't have to get it wrong by, a couple of millimetres and suddenly you're wide, and therefore you can't do that again. And then therefore it lays you to actually bowl at the stumps. And then if you get the length wrong, you're out of the park. So I don't see why it should be. I've never really understood why it's so clinical on the leg side as to being a wide.
Yeah, and when I think about what's happening with the bowlers this IPL season, I think about, is there a kid, maybe several kids who are watching the IPL and thinking, why am I even a bowler? At this point, I should be getting better. What do I get? I break my back for what?
Yeah,
well, true.
You're right. I mean, he was also, the other thing he was arguing for was the additional fielder for the last 4 overs, I think. An additional fielder out for the last 4 overs, so you have a 6 on the boundary from overs 17 to 20. Yeah, last 4, which would give the bowlers just a bit more cover before as they're kind of getting blitzkrieged. But there were, you look at some of the bowling figures. Jasprit Bumrah. I mean, how many Jasprit Bumrahs are there? That's the point. I mean,
one.
He is a class. But I mean, I think his economy rate was 6, and he bowled best part of 7 balls between each boundary before.
But you also, I think, at this point, you also have to look at the fact that he's bowling to some players that are not international players. So.
True. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think the best in the power play were Sharma, Bolt, Sandeep Sharma, Bumrah, Bolt, Sandeep Sharma, and Natarajan. The worst in the power play were Naveen Al-Haq, Gerald Curtsey, Mitchell Stark. Mitchell Stark, until his missus came over. So there is your answer to a bowler's bad form.
Elsa Healy today.
Yeah, and Sandeep Waria. I'm not sure who that was. Best in the death overs. Surprise, surprise. Bumrah, Siraj, Avish Khan, and Harshit Rana. I mean, what a quality 4 they are. Worst in the death overs, Bhuvi Kumar, Moshin Khan, Sam Curran, which doesn't necessarily surprise England fans, let me tell you.
Can you hear me?
He seems to have been in reverse since being player of the tournament at the last World Cup in Australia, I think. I don't know what you think. We blow a bit hot and cold about Sam Curran, don't we, Bear?
Yeah, I mean, well, this is it. I mean, he was another one who was the most expensive player, wasn't he, in the IPL last year because of his performance at the World Cup the previous year. I mean, he can be quite good. It'll be interesting to see if he gets picked for England, how well he plays in the West Indies. Different pitches again. Blah blah blah. I mean, the one thing again, I go back to the IPL. Maybe the pitches should have a little bit more in it for the bowlers. I mean, certainly. The 2 qualifiers, the second qualifier I watched, the ball was starting to turn in that second innings, and it certainly slows things down. Why can't the pitch turn? Why should it be that the batsman doesn't get anything that turns off the straight and therefore can just launch it out the park? Why not challenge the batsman, bring the scores back down and give something to the bowler? I mean, it seems insane to me.
Well, also batsmen are fitter, stronger, they work on the innings.
Yeah, but if the ball's turning, they have to bloody think, right? You can't just swing the bat, or charge down a wicket because the ball might do something. And especially with the quality of the spin bowling there, where you've got you've got your doozers and you've got your flippers and all this kind of stuff. If you've got that armoury and the wicket is doing something, it means you can challenge the batsman. If the pitch is doing nothing and it doesn't really matter what you exert on the ball, then the batsman's just going to swing through the line and hit you out of the park, and it becomes a different game.
Like they do horses. Maybe
you don't need to handicap them. All you need to do is make the pitch a little bit fairer. It may not swing and the ball may not go off the seam. I mean, it certainly swings at the beginning and there's a little bit of seam movement when the ball's hard, then the ball goes slower. The spinners should come into it. It's only a 20-over game, agreed. But if the pitches offer something to a spinner, it doesn't have to spin miles. It doesn't have to be, the rag top. It just needs to do enough that it makes the batsman think about something, and maybe that brings the score down and makes the game a fair game.
Well, it's Keynesian economics, isn't it? Supply and demand. You know, if your supply of something is so enormous, then demand for it reduces, and therefore its value decreases. And that's kind of where sixes are at the moment. I feel a little bit.
This is my question to Gary. I mean, so you say it's boring, and I guess that was kind of a feeling across Indian media. Does that mean that interest in it dropped this year? Do they feel that people are getting a little bit bored of it because of the way it is? Do you think they'll change it?
People will never get bored of it. I think people who love cricket will get bored, but the people who love the players, they'll not get bored. See, IPL is all about the players. It's all about the glam. I think, and because India fans are so crazy for Dhoni, for Rohit, for Virat Kohli, it's absolute madness. People would buy tickets they would give up their whole life savings to buy a ticket. So this is something that I've actually heard this story from a colleague of mine. So he was working I don't know where he was working, but a janitor came up to him and said that, do you have a ticket for this match? Because some IPL match of Chennai Super Kings and MS Dhoni was playing. So he said, yes, I do have a ticket, but I'll only sell it for 1 lakh rupees. So the janitor said, okay, I'll give you my life savings, which is exactly 1 lakh rupees. Please give me the ticket. So he blew up all his money.
I wouldn't see MS Dhoni. I wouldn't have done that.
I wouldn't have taken his money. I've got to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, he did.
But that raises another interesting question that I was really keen. Yeah. We were both really keen to talk to you about. I mean, we love Virat. He may never win an IPL, but we're big fans of his Kohliness. And however, we even have a jingle for Kohli Cam. Because literally, when they're on, there's a one camera will follow him everywhere he goes, which we called it that as a joke. We didn't realise it actually existed, that you can tune in and you can watch
Kohli.
But something Rohit Sharma said caught our interest. I can read it. He said, the lives of cricketers have become so intrusive that cameras are now recording every step of conversation we are having in privacy with our friends and colleagues at training or on match days. And then I think he fell out with Star Sports, so not your team or ours. Despite asking Star Sports not to record my conversation, it was then played on air, which is a breach of privacy. The need to get exclusive.
We're back. Well, I'm back.
I'm here. I'm just doing a rota for people.
Okay. Well, there's only me, you, and Al, so I think it's just me, you, and Al.
Is it really just us?
Well, Bennett's gone off. He might be about.
I've messaged him. Okay.
I'm about to go to sleep.
Was that Sagir?
Yeah, he's off to bed. Which is fair enough.
I'll work on the basis it's the three of us then. I've heard nothing back.
Okie dokie.
So that'll be easy. Start with you on ball by ball, me social, Al summarising. Off we trot. This is going to be a nightmare for England, by the way. I think it's a horror scenario.
Well, it is kind of a horror scenario unless they get a load of wickets. If they get some cheap wickets now, the score will reduce.
Well, that is true, but that's definitely what they need. Scotland can now swing like a rusty gate with absolute impunity, unless, for whatever reason, it works in their favour to not do that almost, because they don't want to lose the wickets. So
they've got to get runs. I mean, Moeen can finish this over, and then basically it has to be Adil Rashid and Jordan, or Livingston, I suppose, can bowl. But Archer and Wood can't bowl anymore. Moeen can't bowl anymore, and it's over. It's 10 overs aside. 5 bowlers can bowl 2 overs. That's basically the game. Scotland are 51 for none after 6.2 overs, so they have 20 odd balls left. First ball by Moeen is floated up wide. Down the track comes Jones, but he doesn't get there, and he can only cover it up, and it's a dot ball. Now it's unfortunate for Scotland in some ways, because they'd just taken 16 off Jordan's last over, and we're looking good. That one's thrown up wide. There is cover out, extra cover. They'll get through for the single though. And it's a good start from Moeen. Although Munsey earlier was quite liking the sweep against him, wasn't he? You're a bit of one of those 80s whatnot things on a wall at the moment. So
I beg your pardon. I'm on what with the what?
Oh, that's gone straight up in the air. He's got fucking away with it again, the bucky bastard. Munsey sweeps, top edges it over the keeper to get through for one. You know those little things when they used to have the guy with a big nose and his head over there? I never knew what they were called.
Oh, I'm here. Yes, I know what you mean. Sorry,
I
was concentrating on trying to organise what we do rather than what was actually going on with the cricket itself.
That's okay.
And I'm about to send it now.
It's incredible what the weather can do, isn't it? Yeah. Thrown up wide again, driven. There should be a man out. Oh, I wonder what the. So what's the power play? 3 overs? If it's 10 overs a side, I presume so.
Okay.
That's driven out to Phil Salt on the cover boundary. It'll be a single. That over just went for 4 or 5. 54 for none. After 7 overs. Well, that would have dragged it down a little bit. I mean, what England needs. I mean, they were chasing 13 and over if they'd have got on for a 5 over thrash. So anything less than that's got to be a bonus for England, isn't it? I mean, they have to chase 100 off 10. It's a lot easier, I think, to chase 100 off 10 than it is to chase 60 off 6. Weirdly, because at least it gives you 2 or 3 balls to get in. If you can catch that up with a couple of boundaries, then you're still available. And scores of 100 in a T10, I imagine, are reasonably common.
I think Adil Rashid's introduction is going to pull back the scoring rate a little bit now.
Well, you say that, and his first ball's gone for 6. First ball's tossed up and driven straight back down the ground. It was a good shot. It was a bit too full, though, wasn't it? It gave it a little bit of air. It was right up there, and it just hit through the line. England want to take a couple of wickets in this few overs that they have.
Well, ideally, that's exactly what they need.
Adil Rashid tosses that one up. It's driven out to the man fielding. On the edge of the circle, it's Moeen. And it'll just be the 1 run. It's not going to be an easy start for England. That's certainly true. And, you know, Scotland have done well here to get to 61 after 7 overs. Going on at 9 and over.
On a pitch that is noted for being a bat first pitch, remember?
Well, true,
but
it would have only
bat second under weird circumstances.
Under weird circumstances, but they will have only been 10 overs. That's a full. Well, no, it's a googly outside leg stump. It's not going to be out LBW, Joss. Don't even bother fucking appealing for that. But if it managed to catch a glove or a little edge on the way through, it's not out LBW. Sure, no. But they reviewed it. I mean, England do need a wicket, and fair enough. There is only 16 balls left, and they've got 2 reviews. So I guess you should review it. But as far as I was concerned, that picks the mile outside leg stump, didn't it? Unless he swung at it, and it was maybe a feather of an edge.
For the catch, with the hope that it might have brushed a glove or cut the back of the bat.
Exactly. Well, we're going to have a look here. Here's the delivery. It's definitely the googly.
Didn't look out in first glance at all.
No, it's not hit anything either. It's gone up between his arms. It's pitched a mile outside leg stump. It's not gone anywhere near the gloves or the bat. Joss was clearly appealing for the LBW. It's missed the front of the bat. It's missed the gloves. And it's bounced up.
Not much to commend it then, really.
Not at all. It's gone up. Ooh, it could have brushed the gloves there, but I can't see whether they're actually in line from the side shot. They're in line, but I don't think they are from the front shot. It's not out. Are you looking at LBW now? You got to look at the LBW because that's what kind of they were appealing for.
If the umpire, then it makes sense to go for a review, right?
Well, yeah, I mean it does. There was a lot in play, but they clearly went up for the LBW. I thought, anyway. I
think it was just a
here they go. Pitched outside leg by about a fucking foot. What were you thinking?
But as you said, 16 balls remaining, 2 reviews. Might as well use it.
Yeah, but that was so not out. Adil Rashid is in. That's reverse hoiked. That's a great shot by Munsey. It's a reverse hoik out to cow corner to the right-hander, over extra cover to the lefty, but it was a space.
Shades of Morgan right there, isn't it?
Very much so. It was a poor ball though. It was a full toss outside off stump. He's got long reach and he likes to sweep, does Munsey. He might proffer well in the West Indies. Anyway, it was one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And Adil Rashid is in. Tries it again. He's got it for 6 this time. I'm fucking not kidding you. That is a fantastic shot. That is outrageous. That's a reverse slog sweep that's gone out over cow corner for 6 runs. That is fantastic.
It's a fantastic shot.
That is outrageous. 84 meters. It's like a reverse. It is kind of like a hurling. They don't play hurling.
And it wasn't even with an easy reach. He actually had to reach outside of his legs.
Yeah, he's a big guy. He's a tall guy, isn't he, with a long reach. That's on the legs, and that's going to be swept. Is it going to be fielded? That's a good bit of fielding down there. To stop the 72 for none. So they're going, what, 9 and over?
Well, no, they're going to adjust it as well.
Yeah, I know they are. They're going at 9 and over, and they will adjust
not in
it.
England's favour.
No, I know.
So 10, so well, how many balls left?
12.
Where are we? 8 overs. So there's still 12 balls left.
Yeah.
12.
No, because you've had 10 overs. He's still got 12 balls left. 12. So that would add you 10 and over easily. 20. Add 20 to what they've got.
92. England will be chasing about 112 to 120. I'd have thought.
I'd say that, about say 120. If you divide that by 10, you're looking at 12 and over.
Yeah.
Okay, even with
you got 10 wickets.
How much of that would then be power play?
3 overs.
3 overs.
Yeah, that's whereas Scotland had 6 overs of power play.
Yeah.
With still a mission to get as many runs as they can from the power play. Whichever way you look at this, it just doesn't seem to stack up.
It doesn't, but the other thing is you've got 10 wickets and you can lose a wicket and over.
Well, yeah, I get that point. As Sagir was saying, wickets are
become,
whatever the word is, resources.
Yes, exactly.
You build your calculations on.
Big swing, no ding from Munsey on that one. 30 off 25, 39 off 25 for Jones. So they batted really well. As this Scottish side. Joffre can't bowl anymore, he's bowled out. And so is Wood. Johnny B sitting there. Did that have a banana, by the way?
In fact, England are all looking pretty grumpy. When you look around the field, there's some seriously bothered faces.
That's hit in the air. Oh, it's gone for 6. That's out over deep square leg. That's a great shot as well. They're having a game of their lives, the Scots. I have to see how England come out and play this well.
They've only got one way to play it, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. Well, we've got one of the best T20 players in the world opening in Joss Buttler. Phil Salt can be bloody explosive at the top.
And Will Jacks too, don't forget him.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not short of the horsepower, but the pressure under which they're being asked to do it here in this set of circumstances is going to really test the mental side.
Indeed. Swatted at by Munsey out towards deep mid-wicket. They'll go for 1, they think about 2, but Munsey's a bit like a sort of turning battleship and quite slow, and so they don't get back. I mean, that was nearly 90 miles an hour from Jordan.
And see, the other thing is, the thing that might go against England is that the Scottish bowlers aren't as quick as the English bowlers, so they're not going to get that help from the pace of the ball coming in. They have to sort of use their own power to sort of hit them.
Local schoolgirls got themselves on TV. They're really happy. They're loving it.
The cameraman's made their day.
He certainly has. Jordan has got 3 balls left. He's gone for 22 in 9 balls. That one is hit back at him. No run. Well, it's not such a bad over. 7 with 2 balls to go. Penultimate over. You take that, wouldn't you? If you can just go for another 2 or 3 runs. It's going to be an interesting one. 79 for none. 8.4 overs. 8 balls left.
He just shouldn't bowl leg side because I think that's where the gaps are.
Yeah, got to bowl reasonably straight. Well, he's bowled into the pads, but
lucky.
Jones is ruining that he missed out there. Not sure he got an inside edge on that. It was just purely pad. It's gone down as a leg by. One hasn't been added to Jones's score. So that counts as a good ball from Jordan, I'd say. There's some Scots in the crowd. I bet they're probably well lubricated, would be my guess.
Oh yes, but then I think the England fans will be as well.
Yeah. Well, Jordan's last ball. Him and Adil Rashid. I mean, Adil Rashid's gone for 18 in his 1 over. Put Livingston on for the last over. Jordan in full, and toe ended out, should be fielded down at long on, sorry. Oh no, they ran back for 2. He's hit the stumps. They're going to go upstairs. I think he got his bat in, but then he dropped it.
I think the bat was stuck as he tried to drag it in.
Yeah, I think he was in though.
Let's see.
Oh, they've gone
Maybe
upstairs to have a look.
Then it hand him off the bat, who knows?
Yeah. Well, they're going to go upstairs and have a look. Come on, this should be quick. It fucking annoys me how slow it is to pick this stuff up, you know. It should be... the ball's coming in now. Oh no, he's dropped his bat when his foot's in. There. Ooh, only just though. His foot was in the air. He dropped his bat before he got to the crease, but his foot landed beyond the crease just before the bails were nicked off. And Jordan might have kicked the stumps over as well. I can't really tell. I think the ball hit the bails. His foot might not be actually on the stumps. It's not out anyway. And that's the end of the over. And they got 2 runs off that last ball. So that's not the last over 10 runs. That's not the end of the world. This situation in T20, I have to say. It started fucking raining again.
Raining again.
England would take it being rained off now.
I think they might.
I think if you offered them the share of the points right now, I've got a sneaky feeling they'd take it happily.
That one's bashed up to long off. There'll be a single. Yeah, Scotland might feel a bit hard done by. You can never tell, of course.
Everyone's kind of looking around at everybody else, aren't they?
Yeah.
Chris the Choir said Jordan failing to live up to his death bowler reputation again.
Yeah, he can be on or off. He can bowl you an absolute wonder over and get smashed around at the same time. Adil Rashid's now having a great time, but I guess this isn't the time that he'd want to be bowling. That one was dragged down and really didn't get up. Munsey tried to reverse hit him, and it went under his bat. It just stayed pretty low.
I think it slipped out of Rashid's hand as well.
Well, he's got hold of that one though. No, he hasn't got hold of it as well as I thought he had. He's hoiked it out to Livingston out the deep mid wicket boundary, so that's going to be 1.1. Good start to the over.
But
sorry, 1.1.
If you consider, let's say they get to 90, that's still a better run chase for England than 66 in 5, wasn't it?
Yeah, but don't forget.
Yeah, they'll add some on.
They'll add on top of that.
Yeah, because it's DL, so there'll be a recalculation. Although it shouldn't be as bad as you think, Tone, because they did get 6 overs of power play. That weights the score as much as anything else.
Yeah.
That's hauled from well outside off stump down to mid on.
None of that was out of the textbook, was it?
No, it was horrible. It was only a single, so this is a very good comeback over. He went for 18 in his previous over. He's gone for 4 with 1 ball left in the last over that England will have. It is raining again. The covers are sort of at the edge of the pitch. They'll probably try and get through this 10 overs and then pray that they can come out and do something. Adil Rashid pulls out of bowling the last delivery. Apologises for that.
If it's raining and then I'll wait until then they go off again. You'd have to make another adjustment because you'd inevitably lose some time.
Well,
and then you're running close to your 5 over limit by that point.
Exactly that. Last ball is hoiked out to a space on the leg side at cow corner, and it will be 4 runs to end the over. So they end with 90 off of 10 overs. I reckon they'll probably get 20 onto that for England to get off 20 overs. 10 overs.
They restart immediately and England have their full 10.
And is it raining still or is it stopped? It's fucking ridiculous that these tournaments always seem to end up in rain.
Now.
Wasn't it raining season in the World Cup in India? Or coming into it or coming out of it last year?
Rain every day for England.
And now we're doing rainy season in the Caribbean. I mean, what's the fucking point? You're playing a summer sport and you go to everywhere that's got rainy season. I mean, it's just madness, isn't it?
I think by default all World Cups should be hosted in Australia hereafter, except for Sydney. Or Melbourne, except for Melbourne.
Yeah, the problem with, but I know, because that means if we're still doing this, we have to be up all through the fucking night. I'm not doing that every year. That's hard. Although actually the nighttime games weren't so bad because they start at 7 in the morning.
A cover's going on.
A cover is going on. More covers are going on. It could be just because it's between innings and they're going to try to carry on. Are they bringing out the big ones? They're putting it on anyway.
I'll tell you what, they're taking their sweet time about.
I was about to say it's a bit of a leisurely situation. Maybe they think the job's done. That looks, if you just look at the view we have right now, that looks soaking wet. That wicket to me.
No, it's shiny.
It's just shiny.
Yeah, it's not soaking wet.
Yeah, it is moisture that's making it look shiny. So we're all kind of looking towards graphics. Dear me, that's apocalyptic cloud, isn't it?
Yeah, it don't look good, does it?
Put it this way: if you were on the golf course and think about maybe curtailing the back nine,
exactly, heading back for a swift one in the bar, letting it pass through.
As I've seen here on Cricket, they're saying they're expecting it to be 109 to win.
109. Yeah.
Which feels less than their Scotland's endeavours deserve.
No,
I don't know, Tone.
I
don't know. That assumes.
No, I'm not agreeing with that. I'm just reading what's in front of me on Crick Info, and
oh no, I don't think that's. Well, I don't know. That assumes getting them to 218 assumes no wickets lost. There has to be an assumption that probably in that calculation that 1 or 2 or 3 wickets may fall in that. It can't all be in the bat's favour, and just because they haven't lost a wicket.
So it's 109 in 10 overs. That's 5 bowlers bowling 2 overs each.
Yeah,
that would be right.
Yeah.
And how long the power play we think is 3? Do we?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to get my head around the logic here.
Well,
I mean, I understand as a proportion. 6 out of 20 is whatever it is, just over 25%, right? About 30%.
Yeah, so with 3 out of 10.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, got to say, the Netherlands have lost the second wicket.
May not all be dead.
They're 43 for 2 in the 9th over.
Turning out, it could be quite tasty. What are they going to get? 107?
They've got to chase 107. So, I mean, the thing to bear in mind, 109 off 10 overs. If there's a top 4 who you would turn around and say might be well placed to be able to make that. If England's might not be top of the list, but they wouldn't be far off the top of the list.
No, they wouldn't.
I mean, Phil Salt. I mean, goodness gracious me.
Well, exactly. I mean, they've got the tools to do it. It's still a tough ask. Everyone's got a fire.
Well, Scotland's bowling is a decent level.
Well, that might suit England better actually to have a decent level to actually hit.
Yeah, I take your point. It's fascinating either way. And
is
the level of
fascinating.
recrimination and discussion and investigation may well depend on the way the result goes.
Well,
Well, it will. Inevitably, it will do. But I think.
well, the thing is, you can't recriminate against the weather. Otherwise, you're an angry man shouting at the sky.
No, you can't. But you can also say you've had a,
Speaking of which, where is Hendo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He'd be having fits now. England had a bad day with the ball, and you have to say that they batted well. There was a strategy, certainly a strategy for Munsey was to sweep the spinners and sweep hard, and he got away with it. England bowled with good pace, but pace may be easier to hit, as you say. There were some good shots. We were a bit unlucky. We thought we had a wicket, but then Woody bowled a no ball.
Well, let's look at those final England bowling figures. I mean, Mark Wood only bowled 2, didn't he? Am I right? No, that can't be right. Oh yeah, because it was reduced. Hold on.
Yeah, they weren't allowed to bowl more.
Gentlemen, I shall take my leave and leave this match in your good and capable hands.
What a trooper. What time is it? Remind us in Perth.
2:30 a.m.
What a long
Yeah,
way.
get yourself off, mate.
Sure. I'll see you guys later tonight for the India-Ireland match then.
Oh Lord. Okay. See you.
See ya.
Yeah,
Good
so
night.
everyone bowled 2 overs. Let me see. Jordan went for 12. Rashid went for 13. Actually, in the final analysis, going for 6, which is what Jofra Archer did, is not too bad. And to be fair, weren't 9 of those, no, in fact 10 of those were off his first over, which is exactly what he did in his first game back against Pakistan. He had an absolute stinker of an over. And then suddenly he bowled brilliantly again. And this is exactly what he did here.
Yeah.
Those covers don't look like normal between innings covers.
Fuck me, it's dreadful, isn't it?
The rain, it raineth again.
Yeah.
Rain it raineth.
I
every day.
think this game isn't going to get a conclusion, you know.
Well, and as I say, if England had to take it now, I've got a feeling they would. 25 runs less. I think they wouldn't. Now I think they might just go, sod it. We probably got away with one.
Not an ideal start to a tournament, is it?
What do you bet? Have a look. Can you have a look at the various markets? The win probability, unbelievably. Now listen to this. The win probability on Cricinfo has Scotland at 17% and England at 84%. Well, 16.37 and England at 83.63. Why am I feeling the odds are stacked against England, and I'm nervous on their behalf, and I would be optimistic for Scotland.
Well,
am I that wrong?
there's an element that you are naturally pessimistic, Tony, about whatever you support, Tony. You support through a pessimist's eye. There is
most
that.
people do. Most people do. The typical sports fan. But yeah, I agree.
So there's
well,
there's
at the bookies,
what have we got there?
England are 11-4 on, and Scotland are 11-5. So it's much more even at the bookies. But
Very even at the bookies.
Well, England are favourites by a reasonable margin, but they're both.
But it's not as extreme as
it's not
as
2 to. Well,
the win predictor has.
No. It's 2-1 one way and 2-1 the other, roughly.
Which is still 66%, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose. And that's the thing. England have got big hitters, and they've got 10 wickets, and they've only got 10 overs, so everyone can swing. That's the theory, that it's always a little bit in favour of the team back in second, even with these big scores.
Because we know it's finishing late, and can't be bothered to go out and get anything. I know I'm going to cook an omelette for my tea. I absolutely cast iron know that as a fact. But I'll bet you win predictor had only had my omelette at about 65% and 35% chance that I might suddenly change to like a pasta salad or something.
I like a super genius thought this game would be over like at 7 o'clock, so I've got an Asda delivery coming in the next sort of 10 minutes.
Oh my lord.
So that's going to take me 6-7 minutes to put everything away.
Just do the frozen stuff.
That's what I mean.
Oh, okay. Dear oh dear,
I'd still go to the shops and do my shopping.
So my other half, she's a real online shopper, and then you get half the stuff is
it's the wrong shit.
We've got too many substitutions.
Yeah, too many substitutions. Short sell-by dates on it. So you got to eat it. What have we got for salad for dinner tonight, dear? Well, we'd better have the sodding salmon you fucking ordered that we didn't really want because it goes out of date tomorrow. I mean, it's just nuts. Whereas I like to go to a shop, I like to prod around, poke what I'm buying, and
who's got time
I think about my menus day by day.
So I tend to go day by day. I think for a recipe on the day, and then wander off.
It's way more expensive.
It is more expensive, but it means you eat what you want. Well, mind you, the diet in my house is fucking awful. You got 5 people who can never agree on anything to eat. So eventually your meal choices just get whittled further and further down about what's acceptable to everybody. It's fucking wrong.
And also the golden rule is that you should never ever go food shopping when you're hungry.
A couple of messages. Dave Barrett says, "Might I suggest that England go harder?"
Well, this might test the limits of their hardness.
Mark Zips already saying thanks for the coverage.
He sent a photo.
He sent a photo. That's right. Oh, that was 58 minutes ago. Lord above. Okay.
He's doing his record store. He's got the cricket in the background.
Yeah, no, I saw that. Yes.
And us in the foreground.
Now, Mayank says England has a huge win probability. Odds here in America have England to win at 36 cents to the dollar.
There's only 20 minutes till the cut-off. This game's off, mate.
Yeah, 36 cents to the dollar. So, so we're in the same ballpark, aren't we? Yeah, odds of 50% will give you $1 return on $1.
Dean Simister wants Jordan to retire. George McPherson says, for fuck's sake, England, can't you get some wickets? Kieran Roseblade said, this has the feeling of the last time England went into a World Cup as champions. Not defending champions, remember. Attacking champions. And look how that piece of psychology works. Well, it's nuts, isn't it? I've had two trips to Guerilla Towers recently. Both rained off. Both just sitting, admittedly, in splendid company and all very enjoyable. But both games that never happened. And here we've got one that's half-assed happened, and now looks like it will just die a half-assed death without actually concluding.
Well, serves us right for following a game which is completely weather dependent.
That said, there seems to be some movement. Scotland appear super keen to get out there.
He's shaking his head.
Well, he looks close to tears and shaking his head.
He does. Does he think they've been robbed? Maybe someone told him it's off. We don't know.
Do you know? It doesn't matter. You know, it's like control the controllables, and none of you
begin.
No one's doing any rain dances. Yeah, to begin.
Okay, to rescue our listener, whoever's left listening after our singing.
I'm just zoning out, watching the TV and trying to figure out what they're
It says
this
looks unremittingly bleak. This looks unremittingly bleak. I don't see any way we can get back on inside the cut-off time. England's bewilderingly bad record against European nations in T20 World Cups is set to continue.
Oh, do me a favour.
Well, they haven't ever won against a European team at a T20 World Cup.
Right.
However,
we think if they'd actually managed to play all 40 overs, or even 20 of those 40 overs, that they would have been more than likely to be able to have won the game. But because it's been called off,
well, we're seeing Matthew Mott. Matthew Mott.
Right.
Now, I've just got... He's looking at his watch. He's chatting and nodding. I think he's basically going, Jesus Christ, I think I might have got away with one here. Is what he's thinking. Or he might even be thinking, well, at least I haven't lost my first game in the World Cup defence this time. Chris Jordan's got his head peeking out of a little gap in a window or what looks like a portable toilet.
And
No,
look,
it's the side entrance to the.
Thinking positive, so you're going to have a howler, which you might well do at any of these tournaments. You're better off getting a point out of it than none.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you, Bear. Although one of the things we talked about was, the big fear for your favourites is that if you miss out with points against the lesser nations. For those of you not on YouTube, I'm doing inverted comma signs with my fingers. That's the biggest equaliser that there can be.
That's true. It means
that's the
It means we have to beat Australia on Saturday, which is an enticing prospect.
Well, yes, I'm not gonna go against you on that.
If we beat Australia, then everything's cushy.
Well, yes.
In theory, anyway. In theory,
Australia start.
I don't know. They're playing tomorrow, aren't they, or later today, or something? I don't know. Let's have a look.
I was literally just about to do that very same thing. Let's
fixtures, right? Australia play Oman on Thursday. That's one of the games.
They might squeeze through on that one, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, you think so?
You'd be surprised.
Where are they playing though? Are they playing in that fucking? No, they're playing
Bridgetown. Here.
They're playing
here in Barbados.
If it rains like it did today, they won't.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the funny thing about the Caribbean, though, isn't it? I mean, normally you get flurries of heavy rain, then hey ho, everything's lovely again. You would never have known it even rained. But this has been a lot more unrelenting.
Yeah.
Well, it is hurricane season, so I guess the storms are a bit longer. It's not.
Well,
it's not. Hey, it's a quick shower, and then I know. I mean, that's what I remember when I was in St Lucia. Exactly that. But weirdly, these are in the morning. In St Lucia, there'd always be 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It would rain.
Well, let's say England look at their schedules. Now, let's have a look at the order of games.
Well, this was our first game, and our second game is against Australia on Saturday.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course it is. It's against Australia on Saturday, isn't it? Teams England apply. So at some point, there comes a point we play Oman, which is after Australia.
Yep.
Yeah, and then
England,
Namibia is the last game.
If England are victims of weather for that game, which you really assume they should win, which is, I think that looks like it's in Antigua. That's pretty much them cooked in the group, isn't it?
Well,
yeah, but that assumes that everyone else plays a game. What happens if other people get rained off?
Rather than to do what you're trying to do, which is
find a way that we can get out.
Contact you after Watford's games come out, then you tell us exactly at what point.
You've taken over the role of. You've taken over Hendo's role, you pessimistic bastard.
You're a bit doom-mongery.
Exactly. Fucking shut up, man.
It's one.
Are you not trying to say we're doomed? Are you?
No, you're trying to say we're doomed.
Tony, you're trying to pack them home.
Exactly.
With one game left, with the Namibia game, that you haven't already called for Namibia.
Fair enough. Where has that one got to? Let's have a look. 62 for 2, the Netherlands. They need 45 and 53 balls. They should have
that should be a walk.
Controlled. Engelbert Humperdinck is at the crease. Alongside Max O'Dowd, not George O'Dowd. Max O'Dowd. O'Dowd's on 30. Sybrand Engelbrecht, let me go, is 7 off 8. Well, yeah, Netherlands should win that, you would think, from there. And they're only chasing 106. Yeah, they'll get that, won't they? It would be a major surprise if that didn't go the way of the Netherlands. Maybe the Netherlands are gearing up to be a surprise package. We know what they're capable of. Remember that win against South Africa?
The cut-off time is
Tony, it says Watford have offered shares to fans.
Yeah, I know that.
10% of the club.
Yeah.
Who's that? Watford?
Yes, that's right.
Apparently, in order to raise money for transfers, but it values the club therefore at £175 million.
Cheap at the price.
Yeah,
giving it away.
Next thing you know, you'll have some Saudi prince buying you.
No, not 10%. They'd want the whole ball of wax.
Yeah, they buy that 10% first, and then there you go. I want more.
Well, then there's a test of my principles. Would I end up being like your average Geordie?
Yeah,
who doesn't really care too much.
No, or your City fan with the Kuwaiti oil. Is it Kuwaiti?
although what they've spent and what they haven't spent up there has been interesting.
True.
Yeah, but
there was a thought process that they'd throw the kitchen sink at it.
Well, yeah, but I think they got scared off, didn't they, by the City?
Well, the financial fair play rules.
Yeah, exactly. They once they started having teeth and people, they started looking at. Once they started looking at City, I mean, City are sort of. Well, unless they get done, they've kind of got away with it. They're the ones that sort of triggered it for everyone else, but they've already spent the money and got the fucking players and done the dodgy business and broken the rules. And if they've got to get done, but as someone said to me, aren't the Kuwaitis investing 100 billion in the British economy or something stupid like that? So are they going to get found guilty?
Yes.
So if 2:32,
you reckon? I don't know.
2:32 p.m. local time.
Yeah.
It was 20 minutes to the cut-off.
We haven't had
that was nearly 20 minutes ago. 2:32. No, 2:42. 5 minutes left. About 5 minutes left.
Cricinfo have described it as killing time.
Yeah.
And obviously, yes, there's nothing England can do except suck it up and move on and focus on the game against Australia.
Stay in Barbados and wait till Saturday.
Yeah. Hopefully there'll be a bit of a wake-up call. You don't know. Maybe they've been a lot easier to bat today. Maybe even could have chased that down with ease. You know.
But if you'd have turned around and said it was it's one of these interesting things about the idea that it's ended up being 10 overs as like a 6 over and a 4 over. You know, if you'd have turned around and it had just been reduced to 10 overs before they'd started, does the innings work out the same? Yeah, so it's all unknowable.
Yeah, it is. And Munsey's had a great day, and the other guys had a great day. Jones has had a great day too. You know, and these things happen. They're not idiots. They can hold a bat. Yeah, it looks like it's been called.
I've just seen a throat slash sign. Shaking of hands.
Yep. I think that is it.
Yeah. It's fascinating that they all shake hands with their own team.
Yeah, I know. It's a bit weird.
Well played. Well played.
Well done.
It's like, yeah, no, we're on the same team.
Well, I guess Scotland may well be thinking what ifs. England might be thinking what ifs, and they might have thought actually on that it was quite easy to chase 110. We missed out a chance of getting 2 points. Who knows? I guess Joss will be upbeat in his assessment of it and say exactly that, and so we'll be none the wiser what actually they feel in the camp. Or do they feel it was a bit of was it good to actually maybe get out a bit of a point?
Yeah.
Scotland may well think that, wow, we could keep England down to 110, but maybe they couldn't. That's it,
Let's all go home.
Yeah, I think it's definitely time to wrap up shit and go home. It's been a long old day of watching. What have we watched in the end? 10 overs.
Yep.
Of cricket. Well, we did some bonus Netherlands versus who are they playing? Nepal, that's right. The rain is tipping it down again. It's grey skies. And there ain't nothing happening yet later on today.
They have officially called match abandoned. It's all over. What a shame. Well, there's 2 losers in this match, both of whom will argue they had winning positions or positions from which they could win. I think the tournament is a loser ultimately. I can see, where's that, Rob Key there?
Yeah.
Oh, Nick Wright. Luke Wright.
It was Rob Key.
Luke Wright. And I was the chairman of the ECB, Richard Thompson. I think Rob Key was looking decidedly grumpy and concerned. I think he realises lost points here is going to put England in a tricky spot.
Yeah.
Can't do anything about it.
Can't do anything about it.
They've lost a point because of the weather, which is a damn sight better than losing 2 points because England didn't play well.
Exactly. It means if they win all their games, they're through anyway. Which they have to do. They're still in their hands. And you kind of want to try and win every game anyway in a tournament, but you can afford to lose at least one, maybe two, depending on what the lower teams in the league do against each other.
Well,
Tell me, what are you going to have with your omelette? Do you have stuff in your omelette?
Probably ham, mushroom, cheese, whatever comes to hand, I think. Dan Keevy, wait, Tony is the new Hendo. Does this mean Nestler's is the new Tony? Massive promotions all round.
We all shift over a space. Is that right?
Jersey Oak says we're doomed. Dave Barrett says probably not a great idea to have a World Cup in the Caribbean in hurricane season. Yeah,
that's what I was saying earlier, Dave. Funny that, isn't
it? England have been very lucky here, thinks Kieran. Hattie, the mad old batty. George O'Dowd, Tony. Didn't know Boy George is playing with T20 now. Is he still alive, Boy George? I'm feeling he might.
Very much.
Yes. Oh, he is. Oh, thank God for that. Okay. Adam Katie, has Tony started taking on an extra interest in pastries, napping, AFC, Wimbledon and cats? Well, in that order, working backwards, I've always liked cats. Wimbledon, no. Napping, no. Pastries, rarely. So we're only 25% of the way there, and I was already on those anyway.
But keep your eye out for Guerilla tennis.
Chris the Choir, good to know Guerilla Cricket have umbrella coverage of the World Cup. One for Tony there. Umbrella coverage? I guess so.
Oh, umbrella.
Got it, I'm right. Okay, hurricane season, same time of the year every year. Let's play a fucking cricket tournament, says Whamfear referee.
Yeah.
Yes. Ben McCormack said, I told you Scotland would win this. That's not aged particularly well. Hattie, the mad old batty. So, who's playing tomorrow then? Where? It's Ireland are playing in New York, and they are playing against India. And for the life of me, I can't remember the time, Hattie, but I will tell you, it's another 3:30 start, so we will be on air at 3:20.
Yep.
And with that omelette is starting to get my gastric juices running, so I'm going to cut and run.
Yeah, I need to go out as well.
I'm gonna go and get my food in. See you guys later.
Cool.
See you all.
See you all later. Bye.
Bye.
Guerilla cricket. Whoa. Guerilla cricket. Whoa. Guerilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerilla Cricket. Stick with us 'cause you know we're not